We're now streaming live.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everyone tonight to the February 9th City of Hopewell agenda meeting. We'd like to go ahead and open the meeting. Roll call, please.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway, Councilor Holloway, Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
6 members present, Madam Mayor. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711. A1, to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the interview and appointment of prospective candidates for employment, city clerk, and appointment boards and commissions. And A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personnel matters not related to public business.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Denton. Roll call, please.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway, Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
You have 6 voting yes, Mayor Bennett. You have 6, I guess it's 6-0 and 1 abstention or an absence.
Thank you. If you, Ms. Robinson and Mr. Ullman will stand by, we'll call you into closed session. Thank you. You gotta log out. Mayor Bennett, you're still in the regular meeting. You're still in the regular meeting. I know, I can't log out. Why? I don't know. Okay. Give me 1 second. bring this up. I did talk to the city attorney to see if this was, something that we could talk about and get covered. First thing is, we have funds, and since we have not heard back from the board, the council be opposed to hiring 2 temp clerks. 2? Yes. Why 2? So, the reason why 2 is because we have a minute. Someone is going to need to be trained. We're going to chair the meetings. And that will be, we'll do it alternatively in rotation. And the second thing is, the city attorney would like, and I'm not gonna say this is the wrong thing, she has been working extra few minutes. She has been chairing the meetings, and it's taken a long time to, in addition to her workload. And I was wondering if council would, okay with compensating her for that. Yeah, I'll I think the job description. I would say yes. I mean, I sat with her and I talked to her and I went through, I went through everything, what she's doing and what she was doing. And we don't have a clerk right now. She's taking on the bulk of hearing the meetings. Not only that, she has to hear the meetings for us to find people, for legal opinion. Also, she's the meetings anyway. They have to be in the meetings anyway. Right. However, it's a lot to talk with. So I guess today I'll just have to, I think it's the same what we just covered. So this, review some of the stuff we're talking about the state. Out really fast, a little bit more, but I see some, but yeah. I'm also going off of my reference. Julie Sharp, I've been in the and she was compensated for being the backup along with Pershing. And the way that the status is the attorney, allowing it to play always with that. So it was the excuse person or help with the backup and the every item. I was going to ask you the okay. You know, and Dan do something as well. The second thing was compensation for families. But this thing is, yeah. Because the way I see it, the way the only one that now first is smart for students, accountability in their employees to do this. And so the conversation is not like, okay, we have to talk about it. Right now, what we're looking at is that about the screen. Not only that, really, there, the work that and it's kind of taking away from the value of the work that, you know, thing. So, so we're going to call family and national reference group. Okay? Yeah. All right.
Hey, Charlie.
How are you? So I'm trying to log on from home on my laptop, and my VPN is not letting me in.
You don't have to VPN to log on through. It's a web. It's the meaning is a web. It's through a web browser.
I gotta get my email up though, and it won't. It's not open up my email.
All right. Well, give me a personal. Is your email on your phone? Can you forward it to a personal email account?
Oh, I could do that to Google, couldn't I?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm sorry. My brain is.
No worries. Bye.
All right. Adios.
y'all were thinking about?
Well, I don't think I was looking at it in terms of actually trying to figure out if what that person is doing other than maybe that would be Everybody at council a chance to say whether they agree with that or not. Okay? I mean, that's what you just said is fine. That's what I've heard, that's not my word. That's my top priority. I don't know what everybody else's top priority is. My priority is something that
Hey.
Hey, I'm on the main meeting page and I can hear closed session.
You can hear closed session. Oh, hold on, I got it.
Okay. I had the agenda, Madam Miss Dr. Manker.
Yes, ma'am.
I had the agenda up. I don't know. It disappeared.
Do you have the share your screen icon at the bottom?
Yes.
Can you try to share it?
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
You may want to zoom in a little bit so the viewers can see the actual writing.
Okay.
Yep, that's good.
Is better? Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
I move that we come out of closed session.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Denton. Roll call, please. Excuse me. At this time, I would like to appoint Mr. Altman as clerk pro tem. Roll call.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph, Councilor Randolph, let's see.
I don't think she's called in back yet.
I don't see her yet either. Okay, Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Okay. 6-0 motion carries. Now we have the certification pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23712D, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed session motion discussed in closed session. Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Here.
We're doing the certification of the
Okay,
closed
yes.
session. Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Is there a motion to appoint Ms. Stephanie Dayberry to the Board of Architectural Review?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move into the work session. City Council Rules and Procedures. Ms. Robinson? Ms. Robinson, your mic is muted.
Thank you, Mayor Bennett. Before you are several amendments that were submitted for consideration prior to last week's special meeting. Prior to that meeting, 6 rules had been identified by members of council as being desirous of some changes to them. Those rules were Rule 203, Rule 303, Rule 306, which impacted Rule 301, Rule 406, and Rule 407. As a result of the special meeting last week, February 2nd, council has addressed or recently addressed amendments to Rules 203 and 303. So I'm going to presume that no additional amendments to those rules need to be further discussed or acted upon. And if that is in fact the case, then down to Rule 303. That should be slide number 3, Mayor Bennett, if you're.
I think I had something to amend, to talk about in 303.
Okay, 303, again, was one that was amended last week. So are there going to be further amendments to that?
I needed a point of information from you, Madam City Attorney, and that we amended the rule to indicate that, and I don't remember whether it was 203 or 303, I don't have them in front of me, but one of the 2 rules indicated that we would allow 2 items per counselor per agenda. And we didn't mention whether or not counselors could ask other counselors to use their, or indicate whether or not it would be appropriate for them to use other counselors' allotment. Does that have to be a formal amendment to the?
I don't think that was expressed as or discussed as a concern. As
Right.
As I recall, the exchange from last week, the limitation to 2 items pending on any one agenda was one that was proposed as an amendment to an amendment.
Yeah.
And it was passed. Now, it seems to me, and this is just without us, again, discussing that, if someone carried somebody else's topic under their name,
Right.
they would fall well within the limitations or the scope of that rule. So the question is, are you asking, without regard to whether they use it on their names, if they petition someone else to bring this subject up, would they be barred from it?
No, my question is, if a counselor already, say I have 2 items that I've put on the agenda, I cannot add any more agenda items myself. Do I have the right to ask somebody else to put an agenda item on for me, without telling anybody it's for me? And if so, do we need to formally address that, or not, if we don't want that to happen, if I don't want that to happen?
Yeah, I think that that's going to be something that you all decide for yourselves, because you used the term "for me," and if it's still going to be carried under that person's name, objectively the rule is not offended by that. And so, you know, it will be one thing to say, listen, can I borrow your 2 slots to add to my numbers of items on this one agenda? Yes, then the rule would be offended by that, and you could just say clearly that's disqualified. But if you start asking, well, is it really yours or is it someone else's, then I think you're going to start going behind these requests a little bit too often, and I think that might be a little bit you know, procedurally challenged for a number of reasons. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, I've heard you talk about you know, greenhouse gases for 2 months going now, and you're limited. And I know you want to have greenhouse gases on the agenda at some point as a consideration to just being your colleague and wanting this topic to come up. You could put up, or I could put up greenhouse gases as one of my topics. You know, would you say that was something that offended the rule? I think in most instances, people would be offended by that simply because the rule has not been violated. But I will, if you guys want the language in there saying you can't petition someone else to add a topic under their name, we can certainly add that language, but that would not be the natural extension of how I would see that rule sort of governing the actions of counselors. But
So are you saying that as the rule stands right now, that is allowable? Because that's the whole point of limiting what one counselor can put. We've had issues where all the agenda would be taken up. We never even finished one person's agenda items. And
Right.
so that would circumvent the fairness of everybody being able to put something on the agenda and we getting to it in one meeting.
yeah, and but again, I'm going to say you're having to go behind the rule too much. So if I petition you to put something on and you put it in under your name, whether I petition you to do it or not, yours is still yours. So, you know, does it matter? I guess practically speaking, if there are only 14 items on there and they're, you know, by twos under the names of all of the counselors, you're not going to be there any longer because I petition Sam Spade to put 2 under his name, and Sam Spade agreed to it and is agreed to carry it. It's almost like the conversation we had about the citizen comment or the CCRs. You know, you could just as well bring a topic to the city council without saying one of your constituents asked you to do it. And it would be viewed as you're bringing the matter up before council. But as the rule is written, yes, if somebody went to another counselor to put under their names, the separate counselor's name, 2 items, it would be permitted. So if you guys don't want that to happen, and somebody's going to be willing to play, the person who's going to monitor, how did you come up with that topic as the one that you wanted to do, then fine. But if it's just there and there's no way to enforce it, what's the value to that language?
Okay. I see a hand raised. Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, well, I would think that would be okay to do. I mean, you can't micromanage everything. And if someone's putting something on the agenda, placing it on the agenda, it's not a personal thing. Like for me, it's city business. So in the context of discussing city business, regardless of who places is on there, is something of interest that someone wants to bring forward. So I don't think it has to be defined in that way, but that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Denton?
Yeah, I think if someone wants to bring an item, one of their two, they've got to give a CAF, they've got to present it, they have to do everything that council would do. It cannot be given to another counselor. If that's the case, then I want it clarified that it's only 2 per counselor, because we're trying to streamline our business and our meetings. And if a counselor doesn't have anything, but there are 2 or 3 that do, that's still 6 items that could be on the agenda. We'd be right back where we are now if we don't put some limitations on it. So if a counselor puts on 2 items, then they are to provide the background, the CAF for it, and the presentation for it. And I think we need to tighten it up a little bit.
I was muted. Madam City Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. So as I'm hearing Counselor Denton's comments, it still doesn't really address the issue as it's been raised and as I understand it from Counselor Randolph, because someone can go to one of their colleagues and say, would you bring this under your name? And prepare a CAF, have the CAF prepared in that separate counselor's name, and that person could very well do the presentation. That is why, just objectively, if the rule isn't offended, this should be okay. Otherwise, you really will have to look behind, how did this get to be your issue? Because it's just as easy if somebody's going to go through the issue of, or the effort of petitioning one of their colleagues to carry something under their name. Don't you think all of the paperwork associated with that would be in that counselor's name as well? Well, how will we know, and how will it be enforced? We can add a lot of language right now. There's nothing to the rule, change to the rule that's necessary based on what Counselor Denton has proposed. The question is, do you go further than that in your language, saying you shall not petition your colleagues to carry as their own a topic of interest to you, or something that you would have otherwise done had you not exceeded your maximum. And remember, this is by agenda, it's not per term. So those lists are going to be regularly changing. How do you enforce this? A rule that is not enforceable has very little value when somebody wants to get around it. So practically speaking, how do
But
we frame it?
it's very evident.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes,
I have Counselor Gore, and then I'll go ahead and call you. If you can raise your hand, please.
I forgot we're in regular session, sorry.
Counselor Gore,
Yes, I think that what was provided, I understand in regards to the options related to this, but to take this a step further, the questions that I had at the last session, I wasn't clearly articulating them because we were focused on all of the rules, but the same thing can apply to if council members petition a city manager to place the item on the R section of the agenda. There is a limitation there. So whoever the city manager is at the time can pick and choose which item to support by groups of council or an individual counselor. So while if we're talking about limitation and saying that counselors can petition their peers, wouldn't it go to the same thing as saying counselors can't petition the city manager as well? That only counselor items that are requests should go under the council section and not through the city manager's office.
I'm not in disagreement with that.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, you had your hand up. You were going to go after Counselor Gore.
Right. I think that I have no problems with what Counselor Gore has just mentioned. You know, we want to give everybody a chance to speak, and those that don't want to don't have to, but all I'm trying to do is make it equitable for everybody. And if if I have two things and I put it on there and I have a third thing that I really want to get on, then I either have to switch out one of my two that are already on there, or I have to wait until one of those is reviewed, voted on, and gone, so I can add another one. And you know, I don't think that it would be fair. And sometimes it's very, very obvious when somebody is speaking in terms for somebody else, because we all have our own styles, and it's very obvious when someone has written or said something that is from someone else. But that said, I'll go with whatever the majority of council wants to do.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
you have your hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to raise it down last time.
Okay, well, I'll give the floor back to Ms. Robinson.
Okay, so are we going to do anything more with 303? If not, then we can roll to 306, which would have been the next rule that was not addressed on February 2nd.
Counselor Denton? You're muted.
Thank you. I didn't want you to hear my little dog, but anyway. We're trying to limit this. So if we're trying to limit this to two items per counselor, until those two are done, that counselor cannot add anything else. If we say it's non-transferable, would that clarify it any, Mr. Attorney?
We can put in whatever language you all are comfortable with. Again, I urge you to look at the enforceability of these issues. So if you all are comfortable that you have the provisions available to you to, you know, sort of research whether there has been a violation, that's fine. If council votes on that, that's the language that will be added.
Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Gore.
I wouldn't suggest that, because just because one counselor talks about an item even 2, 3, 4, 5 times, does not mean that another counselor can be or not to bring an item back to the agenda. You can't tell me what I'm interested in. I mean, I would be offended if you did. Now, did it matter? But you can't, just because one person speaks on an item doesn't preclude me from making my CCR or IR as well. So, I mean, it's no way that you can micromanage that. I just don't see that. 14 items would be on the agenda, 2 with each name of a counselor. If they coincide and be the same subject at some point, so be it. But how do you enforce that? You can't. I just don't see that. So I would just suggest leaving it like it is and move on. Thank you.
Counselor Gore?
Yes, and speaking to the topic, attempting to nail down to where we decide if counselors can support their peers, I think it kind of is counterproductive to what we're supposed to be here for. You know, in the General Assembly, they can co-patron and co-sponsor legislation. In Congress, they encourage the same thing. So in the event that a counselor has interest in something that you may have discussed and they want to support that effort, that is still them doing it. That's saying they can't do that is saying you can't support your peers. Additionally, there's going to be opportunities where we may want to partner and have joint items on the agenda. That deters from that as well. But ultimately, in terms of enforcement, you'll be having to say, for example, I feel as if this isn't something that you would advocate for. I mean, it becomes subjective on personal opinion versus what is submitted. If the rule is each person gets 2, if they can articulate their 2 and submit their 2, then that's all that matters. Anything past that is really getting into a level of where it is someone's personal opinion of the item, and then it goes back to who that person would be that would be regulating individual counselors' submissions. And then we open up a whole nother bag of worms to give someone more power and authority over individual elected positions that's not already there and shouldn't be there. So the rule was already to reduce it to 2. As it was stated previously, we'll have 14 items up there at max. And I think that's just what it should be, to ensure that everyone has the ability to support or either advocate for what they want.
Counselor Randolph?
I have to disagree. I don't think it's limiting. There's nothing in that verbiage that anybody has said that somebody couldn't co-sponsor an agenda item. This is simply asking if somebody has 12 items that they want to put on, that they get the 6 other counselors to do it for them in any one meeting. It's simply just asking for counselors not to ask their peers to put something else on. If 2 counselors want to put the same thing on, or if somebody else has their own ideas about a topic, it's not stopping any of that. It's simply asking that counselors in any one meeting don't ask their other counselors to do something for them specifically. If that counselor wants to do it, that's no problem. But it just precludes counselors from one counselor from asking or wanting someone else to put something on for them so they can bypass the rules. And that's all we're saying, or all I'm saying at least. I don't know what anybody else feels about this, but that's just what I'm saying. Okay, thanks.
Counselor Denton?
Okay, let's say we do all of that, we can, whatever. I would like to limit the items to 1 per counselor. Because I'm thinking about the meeting, and if everybody puts 2 on, regardless of who's actually putting it on, we can have as many It's 14 items and we're right back where we were. So I would change it to 1 item per counselor.
Are there any objections to that?
Yes.
There wasn't a second.
I didn't make a motion. I said, that's what I would suggest that we do. We're discussing it, and that's what I would suggest that we do. Since we are talking about being able to give mine to somebody else or vice versa, we'll end up with 14 CRs, regardless of who they belong to, and our meetings are long. So let's say 1 per counselor. That's the most of 7, and 1 counselor could get 3 or 4.
I have a point of information for the city attorney. Is it, I'm looking through the work session, through the rules. I thought maybe I'm looking at an old one that there cannot be action taken during a work session.
That's correct. So all I'm taking note of is what future amendments will be to be drafted to say, and I'll bring them back to council, just like I'm bringing these proposals to council based on the recommendations that were made earlier. So nothing will be done, no action can be taken, and it's just a matter of just saying, okay, the next time council sees this rule, it'll look like it was amended on the 2nd with now this additional language to replace 2 meetings with 1. But that will be for you all to later again look at it and decide whether or not you want to vote for it.
And I'm sorry. Counselor,
Point of information.
yes.
Could we take, can we take a vote to see where we stand so we know what the opinion of the council is?
The rule says, give me 1 minute, I'll find the exact language for you. Is Rule 411. No formal action shall be taken by council. So if you guys want to, as you've done in the past, signal a consensus, you can do that, but not a vote of any.
Okay, good. Okay. Then if I still have the floor, I would like to see the consensus of the council to change it from 2 to 1.
Vice Mayor Parton,
I was just going to say, I think we're just browbeating this item to death, and we've just changed what the rule is. Let's see how it works for a couple of meetings, and if it needs to be changed, then we can come back and change it. But we've just spent 30 minutes just talking about this one item, and we still have other rules to talk about. So I'm ready to just start talking about a different rule and give this new rule that we adopted at the special meeting a chance.
any objections to moving forward? All right, the floor is back to you, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am. So if you can scroll down to Rule 306. Yes, there you go.
Okay.
So Rule 306 deals with time limits. And the request that I received primarily was to change or to set an end time for council meetings. That was the primary motivation for the request as I understood it. So I tried as best as I could to conveyed the pertinent parts of the email request, which is in that proposed amendment section. So the proposal was that all meetings would end at 10 p.m. So we get past this having to extend the meeting on a fairly regular basis. The language that was used in the email, however, was the regular meeting, and I put the regular meeting in quotes, which would include the closed session or work session, will start at 6:30. And the main part of the meeting would then start at 7:30. Well, if you look over to how the proposed amendment might read, to deal with that request, I established the meeting time. The regular meeting shall begin at 6:30 because that was what the proposal suggested. The regular meeting times will not move within the context of the meeting. So the regular meeting either starts at 6:30 or starts at 7:30. What you can say, if you wanted to make sure you had more than 3 hours, the regular meeting starts at 6:30. And then if you have like time references within your agenda, you can have on your agenda regular business estimated time of addressing 7:30, but it would not be the start of your meeting per se. So if you look at how the proposed amendment might read, it now would read regular meeting shall begin at 6:30, shall not extend beyond 10 o'clock p.m. unless council by 2/3 vote suspends this rule to extend the meeting. I had 2/3 votes there because at the time this proposal was drafted, your separate rule on suspending the rules required a 2/3 vote. If you go further down, it says any item not addressed in a meeting that is adjourned by the expiration of time under this rule shall be continued to the next meeting. And that gets rid of the obligation to put items back on the agenda. And that's what our rules sort of currently provides for, depending on how you read it. Items not addressed in an extended meeting shall not be automatically continued to the next meeting. And what that language is if the meeting is extended by council by a separate vote, then it needs to be extended sufficient enough time to complete an agenda. And if it doesn't, those items that are not gotten to will have to be rescheduled by whomever put them on the regular agenda. So those are the reasons around the proposed language. Another counselor just sort of chimed in specifically that they thought the rule on time limits needed to be changed, but without providing any kind of guidance as to how they thought the changes should be incorporated. And so Rule 306, as it's sort of revised in that lower right-hand column, is my best effort to satisfy the proposal that was made on the left side. And Mayor Bennett, if you will, if you scroll down one more, scroll up, I guess, go to the next one, Rule 301. If council agrees that the regular meetings should start at 6:30 p.m., then 301 should likewise be changed, because right now 301 is read to start the regular meetings at 7:30. And that concludes my remarks on these two particular rules.
Counselor Denton, you have your hand raised, and then Counselor Pelham. Counselor Denton,
I'm taking mine down. I don't have anything to say.
Counselor Pelham, and then Counselor Randolph.
I would just say historically, the meetings started at 7:30 to allow citizens to get home from work, do their family-like things like cooking and preparing their children for whatever practice and sometimes church. And that was the reason I think the 7:30 timeframes was set up for council. So of course, I'd be in opposition to changing the regular start time to 7:30, maybe 7, but the purpose of it is to accommodate the citizens, not us as city councilors. So that's a thought that I would ask my peers to consider, the likelihood of the citizens becoming still a part of the meetings. Thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that there's been a misinterpretation of what has been asked here. I know I was one that I am tired of entering into a meeting every 2 weeks at 7:30, and if we don't deliberately point out that we have to extend the meeting, and in one case, we got caught. So my suggestion was not to start the regular meeting any differently. It will be 7:30, Ms. Pelham, but to allow us to have the work session or closed session start at 6:30 versus 5:30. To do that, my suggestion was that the first of the month is a closed session from 6:30 to 7:30 for council. And then the second meeting of the month, since we have now got almost every month 2 meetings, the second meeting of the month would be a work session for staff to present their stuff from 6:30 to 7:30. The regular meeting would still start at 7:30 and go to 10 or 10:30, I don't care. But as long as we don't have to continually still have to stop the meeting to make an amendment, to put a motion forward to extend the meeting beyond 8:30, which is ridiculous. We'll never have a meeting that lasts only an hour. If we do, I'll probably stand up and say hallelujah. But that was the whole intent behind this, was to put forward a motion that would allow us to have what we had before this all changed and our meetings officially started at 5:30. That was, not an issue, but this council has said that our meetings that time frame has to include work sessions and closed sessions. And so our clock started 2 hours earlier than we used to ever put the clock. I think, Ms. Pelham, you'll agree that most of the time the 3-hour meeting limit started at 7:30, whether that attorney was wrong or not. And that's what took us till 10:30 every council meeting. Something's going to change so that we just don't have to make a motion every meeting to extend it beyond 8:30 in the evening. And that was my goal.
I agree with that.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Well, I think the only thing that I can say to that is something does have to be changed, because your rules, the language in your rules is running right dead smack in conflict with how the Code of Virginia defines a regular meeting. And that's the problem. So when you say the regular meeting starts at 7:30, I can't look back on my tenure here and see that one meeting started at 7:30. They all started at 5:30. If those closed sessions were not intended to be the start of your regular meeting, they should have been noticed separately as a special meeting. None of them was separately noticed. The same would go for your work session. So your regular meeting schedule is established in that first meeting. If you want to make modifications of it, there are going to be certain provisions by law that you're going to have to satisfy. But until you do that, your regular meetings are, whatever they are. And again, we could start until we get our language in conformity with the legal requirements under the code, we can start sending out special notices relative to the closed session and your work session. But right now, the practice isn't coinciding with the rule, and the language of the rule isn't coinciding with the code's language. So something does have to change. And the question is, what do we do?
Yep.
Are we started at 7:30 and then your special, your closed sessions and your work sessions will fall sometime after that? Or do you want to start it at 6:30 and on the second meeting of the month, you actually have a work session, and the first meeting you have your closed session? But those are going to be changes that have to be consistent, and then you're going to have to now publish your new schedule to make that your regular meeting. Otherwise, we are compelled to follow what the requirements of the state code dictate. So that's why we're partly in this conundrum. You had things that were in conflict, and we'll start with your rules. They said everything had a 3-hour maximum. If you start at 5:30, 8:30 is your maximum. That's how your rule worked. So you can take that out and get some immediate relief and then play around the edges in the meantime, or you can get rid of the rule altogether in the meantime. There are a number of things you can do, but something certainly has to change with the times that are now showing up between these two particular rules. That's all the comments I have to make on Rule 306 and 301, Mayor Bennett.
Thank you, Councilor Gore, and then Councilor Randolph.
Yes, actually, I was going to share a little bit what Ms. Robinson shared in terms of 2 options for immediate relief. This has been an issue that we know of for the past 2 years. Year. When we got to where we had to extend, oftentimes the vote failed 4-3 to extend the meeting. And then there was additional remedies try to put forth on the agenda to just waive the rule so we can stay to meet as long as we needed. That often failed 4-3. So since there seems to be historically no consensus on trying to actually have us meet to do stuff, I think the waiving of this rule entirely will eliminate that. And if people want to adjourn early, as has been done before, they can just make a motion to do that. That's not different than what has been happening in the past. Whenever people want to leave, they just make a motion to adjourn and it's voted on and we leave. So if we just take away the rule, the past practice of making motions to adjourn will still stand. People can just leave when they get tired, and then we don't have this back and forth. But I personally understand the need to adjust this rule because for the past 2 years, we haven't been able to really address everything on the agenda due to not extending or either adjourning earlier. So I'm in favor of getting rid of it if it would help this new leadership be able to have effective meetings.
Councilor Randolph.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This was not brought forward to do anything or to even talk about the past 2 years and what happened and why it didn't. The past 2 years brought us into a 5:30 meeting setting that had never happened before, if I'm not mistaken, but that doesn't matter. I'm trying to find a way that we don't have to make a motion every single meeting to extend. And I understand how the rules are written and how we have set those up. I'm asking for the city attorney to give us solutions, and if she can do that next time and tell us what our options are so council can discuss, vote on it, and make a decision on how we want to do this. My suggestion is that we start at 6:30 because I have to leave work early to come home at 5:30. I can do that. I've done that for the past 2 years. But the problem I have is when we have a closed session at 5:30 and then there's no work session and we sit around and twiddle our thumbs for an hour. I think it's a waste of everybody's time, including the constituents. So my only suggestion in moving it to 5:30 was so we know that we have a closed session for an hour every first meeting of the month. And then staff knows they have that work session every second meeting of the month. If that doesn't suit everybody on council, okay, we'll vote something else. But I just don't want to continually have to go into a meeting and somebody has to remember that at 8:30 or before 8:30, we've got to extend it. And quite honestly, I don't care if it's 10, 10:30, whatever. I just, because you're right, somebody can always make a motion to adjourn early and we'll vote on it then. But let's just try to set something up so that we can have some more consistency without having at 8:30 looming over our heads, or at this point, 9:30 would be looming over our heads. If you all are okay with 9:30 shutting down the meetings, fine. But let's just weigh our options and move on from there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am. So Counselor Randolph, can we just eliminate the first sentence on Rule 306? Because nothing else seems like it's going to be addressed very quickly in terms of how you manage the timing of your
It's not up to me, Madam City Attorney. If that's the will of council majority, then I'm okay with that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just want to bring back a proposal, and for me, it just
Sure.
seems the easiest way, if the 3-hour limit is really the sticker, the primary motivation and nothing more, the easiest way to deal with that would have been just to knock out that first sentence, and wherever there are any references to end time in that rule, they just be eliminated. And that way you keep your rule. And in as much as you all look to your rule to govern your practices, you know, you can continue to do that. And then, you know, we can clean it up further over time. But
So
otherwise,
we would still be starting at 5:30, but there would be no time limit.
yeah, but here's the thing. In your current rules, you don't have a start time at 5:30 anyway. This is your practice. So the problem that I have is your rule has never sort of conformed to your practice, and the rule doesn't conform to the code. So if your contention is, I just don't want to have the 3-hour limit, I can just propose to take that sentence out. You're still going to, the council still at some point needs to have its practices conform properly to their rule and the law, but that might be delay any action on this rule. But I mean, if I bring something back in view of what I've already produced, the other proposal will simply be to sort of keep what you currently have, and you all seem to be happy enough with it, and I'll just delete that first sentence. Because it just doesn't seem like there's a consensus on it. And I'm still looking at, there's a use of regular meetings, and we're really sort of dealing with it from different standpoints. I'm looking at regular meetings as such as defined by state code, and you guys are using it according to what your practices and your expectations are for the start of the business part of your meetings. And you know, there's just that incompatibility with the use of terms. So this clears that hurdle. If I just delete that first sentence, that clears that hurdle, and then we can start figuring out, okay, how do we want to now conform our rule to how the code defines a regular meeting, and you know, work the conversation from there. But at some point, I can only put before you what seems to make the most sense. So if I have to clean up the rule, I'm going to clean it up so it's more understandable and more accessible to everyone who uses it. And you know, I'm just looking to see if that would be okay for a short-term fix. And that's to everyone, not just you, but obviously, since you.
I would prefer to do the 6:30 start, but that's just me. So that's where I stand. Thanks.
I think this is written, so 6:30 is the beginning of the meeting, so I guess it's up to council to decide whether or not they like the 6:30 or not, but if you look at rule
Mhm.
301, I've made 6:30 as the start time. If you go back to 303, which is where the bulk of the changes were made, that too starts at 6:30.
Mhm.
Mr. Altman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess a question for Ms. Robinson. So if the rule stayed at 7:30 and we wanted to have a work session or a closed session at 6:30, you said you would just have to notice that separately.
That's correct.
So does that include, so that's just sending out the public notice like we do on Thursday saying there's a meeting of council, regular meeting of council at 7:30, council will conduct, and a separate notice, council will conduct a closed session or work session at 6:30.
It would be as a special meeting.
Right.
By code. It wouldn't be part of your regular meetings notice.
Correct.
Yeah. So as long as it's noticed as a special meeting, yes, that's right.
Thank you.
So there's no more hands raised. Ms. Robinson, do you have anything else before we conclude this work session?
There were two other rules, one dealing with decorum, which is 406, that's there, and then there's the rule 407. Rule 406, basically you just take the existing rule, and the proposal was to make expressly clear that it would apply also to every single counselor, including the presiding officer. And the changes are, as they might read, are over there in that lower right-hand corner. I think those are pretty self-explanatory. If you go to the next PowerPoint, which is Rule 407, the proposal is to change the rule which requires a super majority to waive any other rules to a simple majority. And that would be Rule 407, Mayor Bennett. And those are collectively all of the rules to which counselors proposed amendments when that was a request that was sought by the chair. And that concludes the presentation on those.
Mr. Altman, you still have your hand raised. Did you want to say something? Or did you have a comment?
No, ma'am, I didn't take it down.
Okay. No problem. Does council have any comments, concerns, suggestions that they would like to mention prior to the conclusion of this work session? Okay. That concludes our work session for the evening. Take a 5-minute recess unless you guys would like to roll into the regular meeting. Any objections to rolling into the meeting? Okay. The work session is done. I'd like to welcome everyone and to our meeting this evening. We have concluded our work session. And at this time, I would like to ask any member of council to open up and say anything positive that's happening in our community, in our city, or either in our ward, or like to mention the person. We do have Employee of the Quarter, Rashad Biggs, and I do not have his write-up. But when you see Rashad, please, he works in IT, please give him a congratulations. Councilor Pelham? All right, so I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham. Counselor Pelham,
Yes, here,
thank you, ma'am.
whatever.
All members present.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have the prayer by Mr. Charles Dane, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, led by Counselor Holloway.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the blessings that you bestow upon all of us. We know that everything comes from you. Father, we ask for your continued blessings upon our community. We ask for you to strengthen our resolve as we grow tired and weary of this pandemic, and ask that you give us the strength to persevere and keep to the protocols and survive this for just another few months as the vaccines come out, Lord. And we ask that you provide that these vaccines pick up speed and delivery to our localities and our states and spread across this country so that this pandemic can be defeated. Lord, we thank you for our citizens. We thank you for our employees. We thank you for our elected body. We ask that you continue to bless and protect us. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion to adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we amend the regular meeting agenda to postpone R3 until the next city council meeting and adopt everything else.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Roll call, please.
One moment, ma'am. We have discussion. I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Counselor Gore, my apologies.
Put the agenda on the screen because I don't have the copy in front of me. I don't know which item R3 is.
My
It's
apologies.
Francisco Lane.
I will definitely do that.
All right, thank you.
Is there any more discussion? I want to proceed with the roll call.
Thank you.
Motion to postpone R3 to the next meeting and adopt the regular meeting agenda. Counselor Pelham,
Yes,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second, the motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Mayor Bennett. Discussion. Counselor Gore? Counselor Gore, was your hand, you took your hand down. Right. I see no other hands for discussion. Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our first item on the agenda this evening is an update on the Cameron Foundation Health Disparities Grant. And we have on the line this evening, with regard to this issue, Ms. Griffin, Dr. Cliff Morris, and I believe Ms. Tiffany Carter is with us also. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Griffin.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor Parton and all members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight an update of the Cameron Foundation grant. I am a part of the grant team, and I'm going to turn this presentation actually over to Dr. Cliff Morris. Mr. Morris, I understand, will need to share his screen, so I'm not sure what needs to happen in order to give him that ability, but he is here, and thank you so much again for this opportunity.
Mayor, council folks, this is Dr. Cliff Morris, and I'm looking for the prompt, I guess, to be able to share my screen.
Dr. Morris, it should be at the bottom of your screen. If you put your cursor down to the bottom of your screen, you should get some control items.
I can go ahead and share that if you're Dr. Morris. Is this the?
Yeah.
Is this it?
Yeah, that's actually the presentation there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thanks for the opportunity to come and talk with you about this, what I think is going to be an absolutely wonderful opportunity to improve the health of the city in general. And this is the Cameron Foundation grant that was awarded to Hopewell December 2020. And it's more of a kind of a continuation of the League of Cities grant in 2019 that was awarded to Hopewell. And it's more so an opportunity for policymakers and stakeholders, as you see at the bottom, to address the health disparities in Hopewell and to basically leverage collective power in order to get the best outcomes and promote the health of the cities. We can go to the next slide. The difference between this slide is a pretty eloquent slide. I think it shows the difference between equities, the equality and equity. On the left-hand side, what you see is the major objective here is for everybody to see the ball game. But so what you might say is, well, let's just make sure everybody has a crate and everybody has access to the game. And so as you see, the taller guy has a crate, the shorter person has a crate in the middle, and the smaller person has a crate, but obviously everyone can't see the game. So you've distributed things equally. Everybody has access to the crate, but obviously the objective is now reached. What's the difference between equality and equity? Equity means on the right-hand side that the major objective is that everybody has access to the game, and you redistribute the resources that you have to be sure that you achieve that objective. So the person on the left-hand side, the taller guy, obviously doesn't need a crate, and he's able to see the game. The middle person, nothing's changed for that person. He was able to see the game anyway, but the shorter person at the very end now has 2 crates. And so you've effectively redistributed the resources that you have to achieve the major objective. And this is a vital part of achieving healthy outcomes in a city. And also, particularly with this COVID crisis, we're seeing this distribution of resources as a critical part of getting a city healthy. And for instance, getting vaccines to the people that need it. We're seeing this more than ever. So if we can go to the next slide. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the social determinants of health, and everybody hopefully knows about these social determinants of health. I deal with these on a day-to-day basis in my office. And the social determinants of health, I'm not going to read this whole slide to you. If you just direct your eyes to the bottom of the slide, the 5 key elements of the social determinants of health, and that is hunger and access to healthy food options, economic stability, education and access to education, social and community context, health and healthcare, and neighborhood and physical environments. So these are all of the major components of the social determinants of health. And in my office, you know, when patients come in with high blood pressure, diabetes, and that kind of thing, I'm looking more so, first of all, I'm treating their medical problem, but I also have to look at their social determinants of health if I'm really going to get them well. And we're seeing now with the COVID pandemic that this is playing out in a much more grander fashion than we've ever could possibly imagine. If we go to the next slide, we see that, you know, what makes a healthy population? Let's look at the components of that and how these social determinants of health are distributed amongst that. So if you look on this pie graph right here, on the right-hand side, you can see healthcare and health behaviors. And healthcare composes about 20% of what makes a healthy population, or the health of the population in general. And then you have health behaviors, which that's basically what my office is interested in. We're a state-of-the-art practice, but our major emphasis is to change health behavior. So we're looking at tobacco use and diet and exercise. We like to call it lifestyle. We'll be talking a little bit more about that with the Blue Zones project. Alcohol use and unsafe sex. And you see 50% of that's the areas on the right side of the graph, 50% is what the medical field has access to. Let's direct your attention to the left-hand side of the screen, and you see that physical environment and social economic factors, and these are the social determinants of health that go under those categories, composes 50% of the health of a city. Surprising, you know? And these are the factors that the city can have a direct impact on. I mean, they can obviously have a direct impact on all of these, but this is where, you know, the healthcare industry doesn't have as much access or input on physical environment and social economic factors. And again, the reason why such a grant as this is so vital and critical at this time. let's look specifically at Hopewell, and hopefully everybody has seen this, but every time I see it, it sends chills down my spine as to, why when you look at healthy outcomes and health factors, out of all the areas, and this is taken from the county health rankings in 2019, of all the area cities and towns, Hopewell and Petersburg has ranked dead last at the bottom of 100 out of a total of 133 localities. And you see that in 2019, if you look at the healthy outcomes column, 2019 it was we were at 127, and 2020 129. It actually looked like it got worse. And then if you look at health factors of Hopewell, 130 out of 133, and then in 2020 improved by 2, but still at the bottom. And of course, we're right there with Petersburg.
Excuse me, Dr. Morris.
Yes.
The slide needs to change because we're not seeing what you're reading.
I'm sorry. I'm going with, let me do something here. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, so if you look again, let's redirect our attention to the healthy outcomes there. And the health outcomes, you see Hopewell 127 and 129 in 2019 and 20. And then the health factors 20 and 2019 and 2020. Again, Hopewell dead last, and I think the slide pretty much speaks for itself. Just trying to get this to enlarge. Okay, all right, so we can go to the next slide. Now, this is a very busy slide, but basically what it's looking at is the, again, I'm gonna try and advance mine as we go here. Very busy slide looking at the service area report card. And what this does is it looks at all the various areas and how they're doing in terms of overall health of the city for the various areas. And if you look to the right of this column, you'll see a thumbs up, you see a thumbs down. And across the board, in terms of the health of all of these various areas, this is kind of a cumulative data. You see a thumbs down in every category, except for teen pregnancy there. Teen pregnancy on this fourth column at the bottom in the blue has a thumbs up. So in general, that actually improved, but looking at all the other infant mortality rates and suicide rates, and the Robert Woods Foundation looking at healthcare factor rankings, just these areas all get the thumbs down over the since when this data was accumulated in 2018. Looking at education, there's a thumbs up across the board, which is great, but then direct your attention to the third grade reading proficiency, and you see a question mark. Now, if you go to the next slide, we can advance to the next slide there. Now what we do is we are zooming in on specifically Hopewell, and we see that, look at on the right-hand side, education. Third grade reading proficiency has actually gone down from 2017 to 2018. Again, this is 2018 data, but the goal of this is to try to help everybody understand why this Hopewell 1 grant submission is so critical and so important in terms of the health of the city. If you go to the next slide. Let's see, okay, good. Now, what is so amazing is that, my thing is all things happen for a reason. And in 2018, as many of you know, the city of Hopewell revised its 10-year plan. And for the first time in the history of the city, they implanted a very bold and courageous move, I might add. They designed a chapter specifically looking at the health of the city. And I think this is a really brave move because it's exposing what has been a very prominent part of any city, and that is the health of the people there. I mean, you can splash up buildings and do all kinds of things, but how healthy are the people there? This is what I've been dealing with over the last 25 years that I've been taking care of the good folks of Hopewell. So I feel like I've got at least some experience in this area over 25 years. And so they put together the comprehensive plan, and this is a part of the health chapter that describes what this comprehensive plan is composed of. And I'm not going to read through all of these because, as you see, many of these are ongoing projects. ARA's been really active in the recreational opportunities through community center and private facilities. And I'm not going to read through all of these, but this is basically perfect timing that this would come out. And as you'll see, it just seems as though it fits perfectly with what we're trying to do with the comprehensive plan. With the grant that we have submitted and been awarded. So if you go to the next slide. All right, let's see. I'm having to toggle back and forth. I want to make sure that we're on the same slide here. Okay. Let's see. Is this the historic work? Again, I'm having trouble enlarging my, no, I think let's see. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties on this side here.
It's the slide that talks about specific items for Hopewell and the comprehensive plan, income distribution, racial composition, and poverty. Okay, good. Yeah, so let's talk about these are basic facts in the Hopewell area. If you look at number one, I am going to kind of go through these a little bit more specifically. The income of the city, the residents of Hopewell, $20,000 per household lower than the average household income in the state of Virginia. If you look at racial composition, the proportion of African Americans in Hopewell is double that of the proportion of the state of Virginia. And the health disease mortality rates are 10% higher amongst African Americans as compared to whites. And this is a common thing that we see across the country, that I think America in general, as we've gotten more and more involved in innovation, we've actually gotten sicker as a population, but the Black and Brown communities are proportionately have a higher disease rate than in non-Black and Brown populations. In terms of clinical care, every citizen, and I thought this was interesting, number four, the poverty rates, 1.5 times higher than in Virginia. And number four is very interesting, that every resident in Hopewell lives in a health profession shortage area, as opposed to just 24% in the rest of Virginia. Hopefully that raises your eyebrows also. And then the percentage of Hopewell residents with low income and low food and access to food is approximately three times higher than in Virginia. So we're talking about food deserts and that kind of thing. And food is just about everything when it comes to getting a population healthier. Next slide. I want to make sure we're looking at the same. Yes, we are. Okay. So here we're looking again and talking about the timing of this comprehensive plan. I don't know if many people realize that in Hopewell, there are areas where it's referred to as death by zip code. This has become the norm across the United States. There are areas where your life expectancy is going to be less if you live in one zip code versus another. And as you see in this red area here, the life expectancy is around 69 years. And if you look over to the left, life expectancy is actually higher by about 8 years. And if you compare to the life expectancy in the United States, it's about a 9-year difference. And this is just within a 10-mile radius, a 10-mile radius or so. So literally where you live will predict your life expectancy. And as we look at COVID data, we see that really has a direct impact on
how a population of people in a certain area are going to respond to getting the vaccine and how they respond to getting well, which has a direct impact on the city as a whole. If we go to the next slide, these next few maps are pretty much looking at the same thing. Okay. Let's enlarge this here. So this next map is looking at the population with no high school diploma. Now, do you see the area in red that's right in the center of Hopewell? That is the area that's over 21% with no high school diploma. If you go down and look at the per capita income, you'll again see this area right in the middle of Hopewell has the lower end of the per capita income. Now, if you go to the next slide, you'll see the poverty level. And again, this area seems to be highlighted, whereas over 20% poverty level in this central area of Hopewell, where your life expectancy is going to be 8 to 9 years less. And then finally, if you continue down and look at SNAP benefits, you see the proportion of SNAP benefits is higher in this area. Hopefully you're starting to see a very common pattern when we're again looking at food access and then also looking at interesting number of vehicles. This area right here in the central part of Hopewell has a higher proportion of people with no vehicular access. I see that every day in my office. You know, Ms. Jones, why didn't you come to the office today? I didn't have access. I didn't have a car. I had to use public transportation. So as we're getting near the end of my presentation here, the Cameron Foundation, we can go to, let's make sure we're on the same slide, the next slide, thank you. The Cameron Foundation grant that we've got, $50,000 grant awarded to the city of Hopewell, is designed as a collaborative effort and is composed of various things that we have to achieve and we've already gotten started on. There's a memorandum of understanding from all the participants, which are myself and Councilman Gore and Tiffany Carter and Tavia Griffin, which we've already completed. And we have 5 technical assistance areas that we have to achieve, sessions, excuse me, that we're working with the Institute for Public Health and Innovation and Dr. Michael Royster and Karen Reed of the Institute for Public Health Innovation. So we have to actually sit down with them with our work plan, and they will help us to devise a work plan that's going to be effective, cost effective, and make sure that we are addressing the health disparities. We've already completed 3 or 4 of these sessions. Our 4th one is coming up on February 12th. So quite a bit of work has already been done towards the work plan. We're making excellent progress. We have to submit the final copy by the end of February. And then our last session will be 6 months from now. We'll meet with Dr. Royster and Karen Reed just to check in and make sure that we are all on task for this. So it's kind of a check and balance for us. So if you go to the next slide, very good. So this next slide is basically giving you more information of what this grant is doing. It's basically to provide support in the community workforce development and to change the culture. And if you're looking at a city, you look at the culture of the city, but if you want to change the history of a city, you have to change the culture. And so there's built-in elements to affect health in all policies and infrastructure. There is a person that we would put in charge of this, which would be a planning manager to kind of operationalize this whole thing. And we're looking at the Hopewell Emergency Crew Building to initially start this objective. Launching building blocks is a data tracking system because you have to have data in order to know exactly where the resources are going to go and give you more accuracy. Our goal is to get neighborhood councils and to look at these social economic factors, and the tracking data will be available to realign these social and economic factors and make sure we're accurate. And then the blue zones designation, which they look directly also at policies. Blue zones are places, by the way, the world where people live to 100. And there's an organization that goes to various cities now, and Hopewell is on their radar to come to Hopewell. Hopewell could possibly be the very first blue zone city in the state of Virginia, which for me is quite as exciting, and hopefully it's exciting for you too. Going to the next slide as we get to the end here. Let's see. So let's talk about COVID-19 because we have to be focused on that because it's obviously an issue across our country. You have to have a health and all policies infrastructure to address this. And so fortuitous again that the health chapter was initiated in 2018, and now here we are with this grant, which directly kind of everything seems to be perfectly aligned. It seems to be a natural step in all of this. Again, if you look in the middle, we have a full-time operational program manager that will help to direct all of this. And some of this I've already gone over in this slide. So again, for the again, at the bottom, looking to earn Blue Zone designation, which will be wonderful and will complement this dramatically. And so, you know, my last slide here is it's a cartoon, but I think it really does summarize things very nicely when we're looking at health equity and equality. So here we have a gentleman here, and he says, for a fair selection, everybody has to take the exam. Please climb that tree. And as you see, I imagine it's a quizzical look on everyone's face except for the little chimp over there who obviously has a direct advantage. So how do you make this situation equal amongst everybody? Of course, everybody has access to the tree, but how do you establish equity such that every person will be able to climb that tree? And that is a critical piece of the health disparities that this particular grant is looking to address. And with that, I'll open up the floor for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Counselor Gore?
My hand is up from before. I'll lower it. I'm sorry.
I do not see any hands raised.
Mine is.
I'm sorry. Counselor Randolph?
Yes, sir. I had a question. The grant is for $50,000. So the team that's working on this will decide where the money is spent. But how do we determine and how the city's going to spend more time and effort on this moving forward? Is that something that is brought back to the city council? Is that something that's brought back to the city manager? How are the decisions that you all on this team that you're making based on this grant make it to a higher level so that this is something that we continue on or decide, you know, where it lies in the priorities of the city? Thanks.
It's a very good question, and what we've decided to do with the majority of the funding is to apply it towards the payment for the program manager, and our goal is to be able to adjust this as perhaps a contracted position, but we want a full-time position. We thought, in addition to the Dr. Royster and who's working with us, they all agreed that we should have somebody who's dedicated to this. So that's right at this stage, that's where the majority of the money will go to. And we'll need to probably provide some more refunding and sources that we would like to try and generate on our own to perhaps offer a more generous salary or to the program manager. And then once the plan is complete, and we've gotten approved by Cameron Foundation, we can't even, begin the distribution of any funding until we provide a complete plan to the Cameron Foundation. They have approved it. And of course, we will bring this back to City Council to review such that there's complete transparency. And we'd like to get the blessings on it and any criticisms, anything we can do better, anything that in any way that City Council can help us move this thing forward. Again, the beauty is that without even knowing that Hopewell was moving this direction and moving the needle to impress the Cameron Foundation to allow this, it was happening all on its own. So I think we're going to have a very wonderful, comprehensive plan to present. and would offer anybody the opportunity to take a look at it and give us suggestions.
I see no other hands raised. Thank you so much, Dr. Morris, for your presentation this evening. Director Griffin, was there anything in addition to the presentation that council needed to take action on or not?
No, ma'am. I thank Dr. Morris for presenting on behalf of the team. He did an excellent job. And as he stated, we will be coming back once we have turned in our workout plan to Cameron so that the city council can take a look at that plan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morris. And I'm sorry, I do see two hands. I see Vice Mayor Parton.
Ms. Pelham was first.
Councilor Pelham. Councilor Pelham, your mic is muted.
I'm sorry, I'm always muted. That's good for some people. Hey, Dr. Marcy, I just wanted to say thank you for all your time and effort that you continually place in Hopewell and the citizens therein. Keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully we will be able to support this project wholeheartedly.
This means a lot to me.
I know. Yes, sir. Thank you. Give Evan our love too, your wife.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Parton.
I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. Morris, for giving such a good presentation and actually, learning some new stuff about, just different health outcomes and factors that are, going on in Hopewell. We always talk about them, but it's also, really good to actually see some data behind it and to just look at, the numbers and see where we rack and stack amongst the other communities here in Virginia. So just wanted to say thank you for providing that information to us. And then before we run out of time, I move that we extend the meeting until 10 p.m.
Second. I see no hands for discussion. Roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Councilor Randolph, your mic is muted.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Dr. Morris, you're free to leave.
Okay. Thank you again for the opportunity. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The next item on the agenda is I'm going to turn it over to Director Reed Miller.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of council. We are before you this evening to present some details on the Riverwalk Phase 2, very exciting project that we've all been waiting patiently for to happen for a while now. I'm joined by Mr. Anderson, Mr. Austin Anderson, construction manager in the engineering division. We're going to go over some, just a quick update on the project and where we are, and then get into the action items that we need your approval on this evening to be able to move forward. I'll just do a quick update. We do have some plans in the packet that I'll let Austin chat about with some technical details, and then we'll come back to the action items for a vote, but we will try to keep it brief. As many of you know, we received a recreational trails program grant that funds phase 2, funding a portion of phase 2 of the Riverwalk. We were successful in that grant application and received a pretty significant amount of funding that's being put towards the project. That funding has already paid for the preliminary engineering. And we have already selected a contractor to perform the construction phase, which we are moving into now. And just to give you an update on what phase 2 is, what it looks like, where it's going to be, where the connection points are. Mayor, if we could just continue to go down, you'll eventually come to a plan drawing. And when we get to that slide, I will let Mr. Anderson take over and kind of explain. Yep, right, that one right there. Thank you very much. And Austin can kind of explain what you're looking at and what the project looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Reedmiller. Just to give you a frame of reference, that's the Boathouse restaurant that you see in the bottom of the plan. The lower right-hand corner, if you can pull it up just slightly, Mayor Bennett, you'll see the phase 1 western overlook. That's the current terminus point for the first phase of the Riverwalk. And one thing that we want to do with phase 2 is we want to expand the size of that overlook, and we're going to double it, which you can see it's mirrored in that that rendering. This Riverwalk is about 1,430 feet, which is about 300 feet less than phase 1. We're going to have another overlook about the midpoint between the current western overlook and the Virginia American Water walkways. And if you could go to the next slide. So this is focusing in on the new connection, which is going to be at the marina. And we propose to have a plaza there, which you'll see in the left side of the photo. And we're going to go under the VDOT Route 10 bridges and tying back into the covered portion, which if you could go to the next slide, I'll explain that. You'll see in the top right corner, there's a rendering of what we're calling the covered portion of the walkway. This was a security requirement that was contingent upon us crossing Virginia American Water lower intakes. So those are two walkways that have been there for many decades. It serves the intake pipes for the raw water intake, and we're going to actually be crossing perpendicular to these walkways. And while we're in the Virginia American Water property, they require that we have a covered portion with, as you can see, some very tight wire mesh to add some additional security so that no one tries to do anything malicious with the water intake. So all in all, this phase would be about 1,430 feet. Adding it into the phase 1, it'll put us roughly at a little over 3,000 feet. And most importantly, we'll have a true connection to the marina. We won't have an out and back like we have now. So you can actually start your adventure at the marina, go to City Park, or vice versa. So it's really going to be pretty spectacular once we get it installed.
Thank you, Austin. And that is, of course, a very high level and quick recap. If any member of council wants to look at the full set of plans from the engineering phase, we can certainly arrange that. I would say just keep in mind that this is a concept drawing. This is a design build project. So there is the potential that once we award the construction contract, the look of the covered section, the actual alignment of the Riverwalk on the shoreline, that all could vary slightly in an effort to save cost or be more efficient. And that's kind of the beauty of the design build process. But to go ahead and get down to business, we are before you tonight essentially with two action items that we need approval on that I assume could be done as one single vote. But basically the first thing we need to do is authorize the city manager to execute the construction contract per the Department of Conservation and Recreation grant agreement. That is a necessary step to move forward with, to move into this phase of the project according to the grant guidelines. The city attorney has reviewed the agreement and approved it to form at this time. So we ask for your authorization for the city manager to move forward with that. And then the other two items are to complete the project budget. The grant covers roughly, Austin, let me know if I'm wrong on this. I think we're close to about 70% funded. And so we're before you tonight to try to creatively bridge that funding gap. We've identified two sources that should get us to full project funding that will require an appropriation of funds from their original intention towards the Riverwalk. The first item is $102,000 in surplus funding from the Gateway project. That was left over after the Big H, as most would call it, from the city's contribution. That part came in under budget. So we've got $102,000 available there. And then there's $150,000 available in engineering capital improvement funding that can't be used during this fiscal year to complete a project. And if you have detailed questions, Mr. Anderson can go into more detail on that. But with those two additional funding sources, if we can appropriate that funding towards the Riverwalk project, that will give us a full project budget, allow us to move forward with the award of the construction contract, and hopefully in a matter of weeks, begin construction on phase 2 of the Riverwalk. I'm sure there are probably some questions. So Mr. Anderson and I are prepared to answer any of those you have. And we would ask for your action tonight on those items that I just explained.
Thank you, Director Reed-Miller. First hand is Vice Mayor Parton, then I have Councilor Pelham, and then Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Austin, both for all your hard work that you've done with this. I really do appreciate it, and I'm really looking forward to the Riverwalk extending and creating increased access along the river shoreline. And then that way, hopefully we can get some more folks out there to do some cleanups and work to keep our rivers nice and clean and pristine. So with that, I move that we approve the appropriation of $102,000 from the Gateway project funding and $150,000 of the engineering capital funding to support the construction of the Hopewell Riverwalk Phase 2 project, and to authorize the city manager to sign and execute all necessary documents.
Second.
The motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Randolph. The floor is open for discussion. Councilor Pelham. Councilor Pelham, your mic is muted.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to also make an amendment to the motion if Mr. Vice Mayor would agree that first, before any documents are physically signed, that all the total contract or whatever the documents are come back before council so that we can see it in its entire entity before anything is exercised and started. Or is it going to be the exact same as what we're presented tonight? Can you hear me?
Vice Mayor Parton.
I mean, I can hear you, but I mean, the agreements that are presented have already been approved by the city attorney. I mean, I don't know what else, it is to improve. This is the last thing we got to do in order to get this project started.
I prefer it come back before us when everything is under one legal document ready for approval before execution.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pelham, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I mean, this is the actual contract that Mr. Altman is signing. I mean, Mr. Altman, am I wrong?
Say again?
I was asking Mr. Altman, am I wrong? And that this is, what you're actually signing, that we're telling you to sign to move forward?
No.
So I'll lean on Mr. Reed Miller and Mr. Anderson here, but I think what we have in the packet is the construction agreement with the Department of Recreation and Conservation, or Conservation and Recreation, for dealing with the grant piece. I don't think this is the contract with the actual contractor who's going to undertake the project. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct, Mr. Altman. What you see in the packet, and Mayor Bennett, it may be helpful if you scroll back up to the construction agreement. This is the document that is part of the grant agreement, as Mr. Altman mentioned, that has to be signed and executed by the city manager for us to move forward with this phase of the grant, the bulk of the funding for phase 2. This is not the contract we've entered into with the actual contractor. That's, to my knowledge, not one that we would necessarily have to bring back to city council. But if I'm mistaken, please correct me. This is very similar to the document that we approved back in January of, I believe it's 2020, for you all to approve us to move into the engineering phase of this grant.
Is this the slide? I'm sorry, is this the slide that you need?
Yes, ma'am. This is fine. We can wait here. We approved that, and that allowed us to move forward with that phase of the project. And now we have another agreement for the construction phase of the project that now has to be approved and executed by the city manager to allow us to move forward. But then there would be an additional contract that would be signed with the actual contractor that we've chosen. That basically specifies that, they've submitted a bid of this price. They're obligated to complete this scope of work. I don't want to call it standard because it is a unique project, but it's essentially a standard construction contract. And Mr. Anderson can correct me if any of that is incorrect.
No, that's correct, Mr. Reed Miller. And also one thing to add, because it's a design build project, the bidder, we have a fixed fee price that they're guaranteed to deliver what you see on the screen, not to exceed. But we don't have the full construction build plans yet. That's actually part of their assignment with the total fixed fee, is to give us 100% plans that can then be submitted to the development office for a building permit and actually start building.
So that wouldn't be considered piecemeal?
I'm gonna
always do things piecemeal and not as a whole. And may I ask the city attorney, is that the way this type of contract is, or engineering project is normally done in your experience?
I couldn't answer that question per se, Counselor Pelham. I can only just deal with the paperwork that's in front of me.
Mhm.
And, I think they're seeking approval for those things. The challenge, I suppose, I'm trying to track the conversation or the discussion, and the wording of the motion may be where there seems to be a little bit of conflict, because the motion, as I recall, it was to give the city manager authorization to sign basically any document necessary to effectuate the project. And so that would clearly go beyond the documents that are right in front of you. And so, how things are presented becomes a matter of discretion, but that seems to be where the stickler is in this particular meeting.
Would it be beyond his scope based on the price tag of this entire project?
I don't know what stage they are in terms of basically contract. I'm going to presume that the procurement laws will be followed. And so if that's the case, and it's already been completed and they know who the awardee is going to be, then the motion is broad enough for the city manager to sign off on it. Similarly, if there hasn't been any procurement and we don't have an award as of yet, the way the motion is written, it can arguably be extended to signing the contract without it coming back before council. So it's just trying to figure out if everyone understands the scope and breadth of that motion relative to just the documents that are in front of you, and also relative to the request that Mr. Reed Miller made. And I do think it does go a little bit further than that.
Before we move forward, I'm going to remind council, we adopted the motion at our last special meeting for each counselor to speak twice, and for twice or 3 minutes, whichever one you exhaust first. So at this time, so far I have Counselor Pelham speaking once, and Counselor, nope, no one else. So the next person up with their hand raised is Counselor Gore.
Yes, Madam Mayor, before my time starts, Counselor Parton spoke once because he made the motion, and then I'll just double checking if Counselor Pelham is done with the floor because she was asking the city attorney a question.
Yeah, what was your question?
I said you were asking her a question. I'm just making sure you're done. Okay, so I guess my time starts now, 8:22. My question is to staff. I'm not sure which one will be able to answer this. In regards to this economic development money for the Gateway project, that project is about 3 years since completion. That funding should have went back to the general fund. What pot of money is this coming from and why wasn't that reallocated?
I can answer that. This is Austin Anderson. The capital project was never closed out. So what happened with the funding is it rolled. It was completed in FY19. So it was completed in the fall of 2018, which was FY19, and then the funding rolled to FY20 and it rolled to FY21. So it was capital funding. It wasn't operations funding. So it didn't automatically go back to the general fund.
So Mr. Altman, my question goes to you. Why wasn't that closed out? The project was over with, because there's been other requests to do projects like lighting and some other changes in the neighborhood, and we could have used that money and incorporated it elsewhere.
So the project wasn't closed out initially because there may have been issues that needed to be addressed after the project was completed. So it wasn't closed out initially for that reason. And we're closing out the project now. But yes, it could have been used for other items, but we just did not close the project out at that point in time upon completion, because we knew there may be some maintenance issues or some other issues that may come up as a result of the completion of the project, to make sure that everything was done correctly.
Okay, can I have a time check?
2 minutes in.
Huh?
2 minutes.
That doesn't count for my time speaking. That counts for y'all's response, but typically that doesn't count for the time against the council.
Okay, a minute.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, can you address can you give us a little bit more detail about the money that you're talking about for the project you want to move over?
Yes, the project that we're referring to is the Moultrie Avenue drainage improvements. It's a project that we have had in the queue for more than 2 years. It's currently in design. We just reached what we call a 30% design stage, and we don't need that 150,000 until we go to advertisement, which we plan to do in September of this year. So the thought was we could reassign the 150,000 to a more immediate need, which is this Riverwalk award, and get started with the Riverwalk. And then with the July 1st, 2021, which is FY22 capital funding request, we would ask to backfill that 150,000 into the engineering account.
Okay, so this is really working dependent on if council really appropriates during our budget cycle $150,000 to do this project.
Correct. Yes, we would We would need the 150,000 to be replenished with the next year's capital budget request. And we've received much more than that the last 3 years. I know it's certainly not guaranteed, but yeah, that is the requirement that it get replenished with the FY22 capital allocation.
Right, so this is still a new request, because even if it's more than what you historically receive, it's still in addition to what you historically will be asking for. So Mr. Altman, are we looking at revenue projections to be able to cover this in advance of that meeting? We do the budget?
When we do the budget, we're looking at, typically we give about $1 million in project requests to engineering to cover their projects. These funds would be replenished as a result of that. I don't think they need more than that. They just need those dollars included in the upcoming budget request. They don't need an addition into what they normally receive. Just what they normally receive will be able to cover it.
Why wouldn't it be in addition? Because you're taking from another project. So either that project is canceled, which it seems like it's not, this money needs to be supplemented. So it is new monies, correct?
It's new monies to this project, but it would not be new monies per se, because what we're doing is just backfilling what was there before. So they get an allotment of funding every year and spread that out across multiple projects. And some years they need the full amount of money, and some years they haven't needed the full amount of money. This upcoming year, we're anticipating that they won't need the full amount of money, but when we reimburse the old project, it'll bring them to that. So we're not looking at an addition, we're just looking at reimbursing at the same rate at what we typically fund them at.
Okay, so that means they'll be able to still do the projects already planned with the original appropriation that they're used to getting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Counselor Denton?
No, I don't have anything at this time. It's been answered.
Mr. Altman, and then back to Counselor Pelham.
So I just was going to address the question raised by Mrs. Counselor Pelham with regard to the motion made by Mr. Parton. The way the motion is made currently, we would not have to come back to council to seek additional approval to sign the construction contract, the way that Mr. Parton made the motion. The construction contract and the ability to do that is dictated upon the budget. So when we bring it back, I'm not sure what council would be looking for other than the project is within the budgeted amount for the ultimate for phase 2. So I'm not sure why you would want to delay moving forward. I mean, and I believe we bid the project. They had their project review. I think, and Austin and Aaron, I don't know if we've selected the contractor yet, but we've gone through the procurement process and we are requesting the additional funds. At this point in time, if whatever we brought back to council the construction contract would be dictated upon the total cost of the project. So, and when we did the library, when we built the library, we came in, we requested a budget appropriation from council for the total amount of the project and authorization to sign all the documents, and the project had to come in within budget. If not, then we had to come back to council and request additional funds and explain at that point why. So, I'm not sure what the thought is to bring it back other than to have another approval. But the project, when it comes in and what we bring back, would have to be within the budgeted amount as prescribed by what we have now and the appropriation this evening.
Counselor Pelham? Counselor Pelham, your mic is muted.
Yes, was this item a part of our budget we just passed in June? I mean, the monies that you're requesting.
I can try to answer that. This is Austin. The 20% local match was funded by council in the FY20 budget. And that 20% covered the local match for not only the PE, but the construction agreement that we anticipated getting. We didn't have the construction agreement at that time, but we were expecting it. It was no surprise. We told council in January 2019 that we did expect to get this agreement here that we have before you. That is the limit that this project was funded. So just the 20% component, which was roughly $95,000. What we're seeking tonight is not that. We have that allocated and it's already set up in the project. We're seeking additional funding, which is the 102,000 from the Gateway surplus, as well as the 150,000 that we just discussed from engineering.
Okay, I'm saying, was that a part of the budget for fiscal year 21?
I believe that the local match was provided in FY20, and then again, similar to the Gateway that we discussed earlier, it does roll from year to year until the project's closed out. So I believe,
let Mr. March Altman answer that question.
Councilor Pelham, to answer your question, there was not a funding request or appropriation in the FY21 budget, our current budget for the Riverwalk project.
Thank you.
The last appropriation was FY20, and then this evening the request is to appropriate the funds to make the project whole.
So I'm saying, if you knew all this, then why wasn't it put in the line items for the budget?
Well, at that time, we didn't know what the costs of the contractor would be. We knew what we would get as far as the grant from DCR, but we did not know what the total cost of the project would be because we hadn't bid it at that point in time.
We always make assumptions and guess things, or not guess, what do you call it?
Estimate?
Yeah, estimate future projects all the time for the budget. But yet y'all didn't think to do that for this one?
We did not do that for this project in the FY21 capital budget.
Madam Mayor, may I add a comment to that?
Yes.
This is important to share at this point. I think this might clear up some of the confusion on that. When the grant was applied for, we were working under the assumption, and this was the original kind of Riverwalk team that included Mr. Elder, who previously worked in the city manager's office, who handled much of the grant work. We were working under the assumption that we would not be able to cross the American Water Intake Station. So the Riverwalk was, the second phase was initially planned to be much shorter because we didn't think that that was a realistic possibility. At some point, I can't give you the exact date, there was a change in leadership with American Water. We decided as a Riverwalk planning team to make one last attempt because, you know, obviously a Riverwalk that's on the water and connects all the way to the marina, that's been the ultimate goal. We just didn't think it was a realistic possibility. So we approached American Water again and said, hey, you know, we've got some creative ideas. Are you guys open to discussing this again? And the new leadership was very receptive to that. Meanwhile, the grant was approved and we were awarded the grant kind of based on that original scope. And then through the evolution of our relationship and our partnership with American Water, we were actually able to confirm that we can go all the way to the marina. And that did increase the scope of the project to a larger size than initially planned for the grant application. And unfortunately, all of that kind of came together in a way that didn't align with our budget submission process. So that is in part why we're here today asking for additional supplemental funding, because the project has grown and the scope has changed since that initial kind of first phase of planning for this part of the Riverwalk.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to remind council that these are all great questions. However, per our rules, the question is on the floor. You're either for the motion, why you're for the motion, or you're against the motion and why you're against the motion. So moving forward.
Can you just give me what's the total you're asking for again tonight?
I believe the total would come to $727,000.
From the city, I'm just for the city coffers.
Oh no, that's so the full project amount is 727.
Yes.
The two items we're asking for tonight would be 200, it totals to $252,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call
Counselor,
for question?
oh, yes. Counselor Holloway?
No comment.
Okay. I heard someone say they had a question.
I said call for the question.
Second?
There's no second on it.
Oh, excuse me. So we got a motion to call for the second?
I have a point of information.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I do have a point of information before I vote so I can understand.
Yes.
I only have one last question, Mr. Reed Miller. In response to what you said to Councilor Pelham, I can understand how the budget adjusted. Just for clarification, when the bid is already submitted, right? And you're in the process of picking a contractor?
Yes, ma'am. The RFP process, the procurement process has essentially been completed up to the point just short of awarding a contract. We need these action items to take place before we can actually award a contract, but we did go through the full request for proposal process. This was issued. We received formal bids. We interviewed the bidders, and then a selection panel came together to decide the chosen contract.
So thank you for going in depth with that. The only thing I have to ask is when this bid was put out, was there, if this is a design build, typically we say how much money we're willing to pay. So was that included in that before you guys got this vote tonight, or was it based off of what people submitted to you, so you can know what to ask us for? Which one option was it?
Sure, absolutely. So to try to explain that in as clear as possible, the first phase of the project, the engineering of the project, involved us working with an engineering firm, a local engineering firm that the city works with regularly. They completed a 15% plan. So they did a lot of the initial kind of surveying, alignment, pricing per unit to build a structure like this. And they were able to give us kind of a target price range of what a project like this should cost. And Mr. Anderson may be able to give you more detailed information. He worked directly with the engineering firm on this. But the two bids that we received through the formal bid process were very much in that range of what the engineers said that a project of this nature should cost to build.
But that was based off of money.
Councilor Gore, and
I'm asking a point of information because it's going to determine how I vote. So, and I just need this clarity. So when you put the bid out with the estimate, it was based off of what you anticipated us doing tonight, or was it based off the budget you already had? That's all I'm trying to see clarity on.
No, it was based on the 15% plans that essentially establishes the scope. But that final price range was fairly large. We did know at that time it exceeded the available grant funding, but we didn't know exactly by how much it would exceed the available grant funding. So until we did the bid process and got quotes from the different vendors, we didn't know what to come to council and ask for. This really is our first opportunity to have a firm quote or a firm proposal from a contractor to come to you all and say, okay, here's what it's going to cost to do what we want to do as it's been designed. We need to appropriate funding to make it happen. We need to execute this agreement. This has been our first opportunity to do that. I think we concluded the RFP process in December. We were in line to present to you at a January council meeting, and then we decided to move it to tonight. So here we are, and I hope that answers your question on why we're here asking for this now.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
thank you. Call for the vote is on the floor. Well, I don't see any more hands. Councilor hand up. Okay, no. All right. There is no more discussion. Mr. Altman, can you please restate the motion?
The motion on the floor is to appropriate the funding of $102,000 from the Gateway Project and $150,000 from the Engineering Capital Improvement Fund to allow for the completion of the project and authorize the city manager to sign all necessary documents to complete the project.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
I said yes.
thank you. Councilor Denton,
Yes.
motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. We're moving to R4.
R4 is simply a note that we had talked about having regular meetings with the Housing Authority. We received a proposal from Mr. Benham for council and the Housing Authority to meet on March 10th. Just wanted to see if that date worked for all of council before I went back and confirmed with him on the meeting date and time. If you're all good, then I'll just move forward with that. There wasn't any place on the consent agenda to set it, so.
Are there any objections to the joint meeting with HRHA on March 10th, 2021?
Confirm the time for me again.
We could do it if whatever meets everybody's time frame. I think the earliest we'd try to do it would be 6:30.
Okay, thank you.
6:30, March 10th works for me.
Works for me.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway, Counselor,
Yes.
is that, yes? Counselor Gore?
I'm fine. I don't have my other calendar up for this, but I'm fine as of right now. I think I have something pending, but it doesn't matter if the majority can do it.
Okay, thank you. And Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
All right. So the consensus is we will move forward with the joint meeting HRHA on March 10th at 6:30 pending. I'm sorry, did I hear something?
Me coughing.
Okay, pending Mr. Benham and the HRHA board schedule. All right, now we're going to go ahead and move down to IR1. Boards and commissions participation.
Can you put the information on the screen, please?
Yes.
So the boards and commission participation is on here. We're near the item. This is an old request in regards to trying to be innovative with engaging the public in their form of government. Last year I asked, well, maybe, I think it's right. I think you're passing it now. I think that's,
I'm sorry. All right, here you are.
right, thank you. So the boards and commissions need to be revamped. Some of the boards do not meet frequently, as described. Some of the boards don't meet at all. We went through a scrub of looking at the members last year to figure out participation levels. Let me cut my camera on. Participation levels. And I requested council to support sending a letter to all of the chairs of all of the boards and commissions, because we were not receiving minutes to verify if they were actually meeting. That was never actually accomplished. So we're back at the same position we were in terms of having boards and commissions that are listed on our website that are not actually active. That's one problem. The other problem is, if people were to look at the boards and commissions on our website, that was a project that we completed with actually listing them out loud for the public to be able to know what they could volunteer for. Some of those boards and commissions are antiquated. They're really not needed for this time frame. And those that could be used for this time frame, their mission needs to be adjusted to ensure that we are actually getting some return on investment of even having a board present. Some of the boards and commissions should be working towards larger plans for the city, or promoting projects from them that benefit the community. As it stands right now, we really don't have that kind of concept or even bandwidth to look at why are they meeting, what are they doing besides what's historically been provided. That poses a problem because several people who are interested in serving in the city on these boards and commissions, some say that what they thought they were signing up for something else. Others say that they got on the board and they didn't do anything. They don't really see the purpose of it. So about a year ago, I asked for council to support doing a marketing call to get people who are interested in supporting the city to volunteer. I drafted a flyer and I brought it back to council, and it kind of stopped there. So I am back to pushing the idea that we have a great opportunity to engage members of our community in their local government, and we should do marketing to recruit. We should look at our boards and commissions and refreshing them. But then also, one I asked that's been sitting up there for a while is making sure that the information on our website is accurate in terms of vacancies. That was one ask that IT is looking into, that was looked at last year in regards to finding out a way that if I was interested in one of the boards, that I knew that they had a vacancy, so it's worth my time applying. We don't have that information listed as well. Historically, the clerk's office is responsible for sending out in September a print ad that hasn't been done in years to recruit. So one ask I did have when I was chair was to have all of the vacancies included in the city clerk section on the agenda, so that the public, whenever they look at our packets, they can know that these boards and commissions have vacancies. And so what I would ask today is for city council to support, under the city clerk section of the agenda, including any boards that have vacancies at each meeting, for the public to be aware of it, to support distribution of a marketing flyer for outreach for our boards and commissions, supporting the development of a tool to ensure that vacancy information is in real time, or at least monthly, on our city's website. And then also to hold a work session to go through our boards and commissions to determine if they need to be revamped, revised, or if that letter to the chair needs to be sent. And that is my request for council to consider. So I'll make that in the form of a motion. If Mr. Altman needs for me to repeat that, I will do so.
Yes.
It's okay.
I got you up to develop the flyer, and then there's a piece in between that and hold a work session that I don't have.
Okay, so can you say what you have, please?
To support, council to support, including under the city clerk, vacancies for boards and commissions, develop a flyer. Then there was something, then I know you said hold a work session.
Yep. So clerk for vacancy, develop a flyer for outreach, and I should be clear to say to use on all communication, whether it be newspaper, social media, website, newsletter, whatever, for public distribution. To develop a tool for our website to ensure that vacancies are listed frequently, if it can't be in real time, for it to at least be updated monthly. And then to hold a work session to review our boards and commissions for relevancy and how active they are, to determine if letters should be sent to the members, including the chair, for action. And I will say one ask that I did have was for boards and commissions to report to council annually. That's in our rules. That was in the process of trying to enforce that, and that did not go through. So perhaps this could be an opportunity when we have that work session to determine if that annual rule needs to apply.
So there's no second.
Okay.
But I would like to ask you, Counselor Gore, what you're stating here for the boards and commissions participation, would you be opposed to just making a motion to have a work session on that? And that way we can go ahead and we have a work session on this and we can, iron out the.
I'm fine with that.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Mayor, did you raise your hand?
Have a conversation on all of these items there. I'm fine with that. So I can make a motion to have a work session in looking at our calendar, March or April, for boards and commissions for citizen engagement.
I'll second that.
And now have it before the body. Counselor Randolph.
Well, I had my hand raised because I was going to say the same thing that the mayor did. I couldn't go for all of this motion. I felt like the work session was needed first so that the body could talk about all of these boards and commissions, revamp some of their directives or what they're working on, et cetera, as Councilor Gore indicated. So now that we've changed it, I can vote for this in the affirmative. Thank you.
I see no other hands. Roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham? You're muted, Ms. Pelham.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Councilor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. I do have a point of information.
Yes.
Who will be communicating when that work session is in March or April, so I can prepare the backup documents for it, so I can have ample time to know?
That's a great question. It'll be Vice Mayor Parton.
Okay.
Moving on to IR2, City Council laptops.
This one is something that I was looking at. Initially, I didn't see the need for a laptop, and I guess Councilor Denton and Councilor or Vice Mayor Parton didn't either, because the three of us chose not to get laptops. As we've gone through the first 2 years of our 4-year term, I've realized that there is a big need for council to have what I would refer to as a shared drive. In my everyday job, we have special drives that are specific to certain departments. And so I would like to see all council have laptops so that we could have, all of us have access to shared drives. I have talked to initially to the city manager and Dr. Manker in IT as to whether this concept was even feasible. And they said, yes, of course it is, and would not cost the city anything to set up. The 3 new laptops would cost the city. However, that's not something that we weren't originally willing to do 2 years ago when we came on board. I'd like for the technology team, which is myself and Councilor Gore, appointed to that, to maybe look at and bring back suggestions on the shared drives content. My vision is for something to allow us to have availability on these shared drives so that all of us don't have to constantly be going back through old meeting minutes, or for projects such as Francisco Landing, what would be required for all projects to be placed on the shared drive would be a grid that we did similarly. I did for economic development when I was on that board, and each project had its own grid that would show anything that was done on that project, whether it was a vote by council or a signing of an agreement or a change or an amendment to an agreement, so that we can go to a project that council does not look at on a daily basis and be able to quickly go back and remember what happened when. And that shared drive would become enormously important for council as a reference tool, that things do not have to be printed out for us all the time. They're there on that shared drive for us to use. I know that Councilor Gore had indicated that it would benefit us, but until this year or the end of last year, I didn't see a way that it was really going to benefit. But the more that I've gotten into council, the more I see that we all need communication tools from staff to us, and so that we're all looking at the same details and information. So based on that, I wanted to make a motion to, and if you've read the background, the city manager has indicated where the laptop costs would be at, $4,852.11. And we would have to actually pick up 4 MiFis to support connectivity. I do not have connectivity at my house. Not that I wouldn't pay for it if I did, but my phone line, I can't even get it for my personal use because my phone line does not work, and therefore is a problem. But the total cost is listed for everything, and the cost to the FY21 budget forthcoming would be listed. But I'd like to make a motion to get approval to purchase the 3 Microsoft Surface Book laptops, to purchase the 4 MiFis for $319.96, and for that funding to be approved by council tonight. And then additionally have the IT or technology committee work on the shared drive and the content thereof for council to share.
Second.
Mr. Altman, did you catch all of the motion? It seems like it's 2 parts to your motion.
Yeah, and I can make 2 different motions if you want.
That would probably be best.
Okay. So the first motion is for the purchase of 3 Microsoft Surface Book laptops, and 4, because I believe Ms. Holloway needs a MiFi as well, and 4 MiFis to support connectivity to the city's network for 4 counselors.
Second.
Mr. Altman?
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna say, I think we can do it as one.
Okay.
I had written down and I was on mute when I was talking, of course. But I had the motion to purchase 3 Microsoft Surface Book laptops and 4 MiFis to support connectivities to the city's network, and have the technology committee work on the contents of the shared drive.
Yes, sir. That's basically it.
Yep.
Okay. Motion's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I see 2 hands raised. Counselor Pelham? Your mic is muted. Counselor Pelham?
Shoot, I apologize. Well, I'm so happy to see that there is budget money needed to spend on counselors. My concern is that I agree with the Surface purchases so everyone can come up to snuff and be on board with the technology. But I understand about the MiFi. Why
Wi-Fi.
recommendations for only, in your recommendation, 4 people to get MiFi, and what have you been using up to this point that the city now has to fund your Wi-Fi in your home?
Would you like me to answer that?
I haven't finished yet, okay?
Mhm.
Always overzealous. So I mean, so no one, we don't get our Wi-Fi paid for by constituents. And so I would totally disagree that the city pay exclusively for any other counselors. It's either one for all or all for one. In this case, by whichever mechanism the taxpayer wants to pay for that, but it's not, that wouldn't be the fair thing to do, but you know, life is not fair, so whatever comes out of it. But I won't support the motion if the MiFi individual calls for 4 counselors is in the motion, but only for the surfaces. Thank you.
Counselor Randolph, are you going to answer that question?
Yes, ma'am, I can. First of all, I am always on my phone. That's how I connect. My phone is a connection, and I pay for my own phone. It is not something that I ask the city to pay for. I pay for all of my connectivity because that's the only way I can connect. In my motion, I did not ask for any fees to pay the monthly MiFi connectivity. I only asked for the unit itself. I
will make 2 motions though.
I anticipate that I will be paying my own MiFi monthly bill to Verizon.
That's not what the background information says, so I'm going by that. As long as that's not, if that's not paid for anybody, because no
I
one.
didn't include that in the motion.
Okay, very, very good. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to read the motion over before we vote for it, then, as long as
Okay.
it's extracted.
No problem.
Thank you.
May I speak?
Yes. Counselor Holloway?
To MiFi, I have all affordability on my phone. I don't need MiFi. And I commend Counselor Randolph for putting my name on here in reference to MiFi, but I'm completely okay with the way I am conducting city business on my phone. And I'm not in opposition to the counselors getting laptops.
I don't think, sorry.
And Counselor Randolph mentioned that she will be paying her own MiFi.
The monthly fee.
Yeah, so do you expect the others to do the same?
I have no expectations of the rest of council. If they expect anybody to pay for it for them versus paying it themselves, then they would have to bring a motion forward to have the city pay it for them.
But my name was put within that category without me being notified or informed.
that was on the suggestion of the city because we are trying to get everybody access to a shared drive. If I didn't want to have access to a shared drive, I would be perfectly happy with my phone and cost the city nothing. But as long as you're using your personal phone, the city will not let you have access to the shared drive or any other drives, was my understanding of how I was told. The only reason your name was included was I was told that if we set up a shared drive with documentation, that if you're using your phone, you would not have access to it either. You already have a laptop, correct?
I could not hear what she said. Fade it out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You already have a laptop, correct?
Yes.
But you don't have connectivity to that laptop. You use your phone. I was told that you would need a MiFi for your connectivity so that you could use the shared drive, because it's trying to have a shared drive that all on council can use as a connectivity for reference tools and everything else. If you use your phone like I do, we can't get into Munis or anything else as reference. We can't use our personal
I was not
phones.
informed of that. No one told me that. I just remember the name appeared on the action plan.
Yeah, and I was told to include it because the thought was that you needed it. I didn't automatically just pull your name out of the sky. Sorry.
And I'll just say, in my discussions with Dr. Manker, the connectivity of Mrs. Holloway, your connectivity came up when we were discussing this issue. And that's why my suggestion was to include an additional MiFi to ensure that you could use your laptop to connect to the city's network.
Councilor Gore?
Yes, thank you. Right now, I can't support the motion because it includes the aspect of the internet. Each council member has a desk at City Hall with their own separate Ethernet cord to access the internet at their own desk. So internet access is already provided to each member of council. Additionally, even if the city is paying for the unit and the monthly bill will be paid for by the counselor, it's still the same question that Councilor Pelham raised. I rent equipment from Comcast. I pay for my router. I pay for everything else. Will the city be reimbursing us for that equipment? It's the same concept. So in terms of equitable treatment across the board, even the last 2 years, I've had to increase my broadband access to be able to stream meetings from home without them interrupting. And I pay for that with the stipend that I get from being a counselor. So I'm opposed to using the money city money or taxpayers' dollars to pay for an internet unit. I support the laptops. As Councilor Randolph mentioned when she noted my name, I have been proponent of this for some time. I've had several items on the agenda to try to get council to think about modernization and technology. So I will support the purchase of laptops because you need to have it for connectivity. It was a reference to Munis. I've tried for 2 years to get council to have access to Munis. And for those who are watching us, that is our financial system. And there's some other items I hope to put back on the agenda now that the mindset has changed into why this would be valuable and to make us more effective as the governing body. So I'm hopeful about that, and I'm glad to see that minds have changed. However, I have a question in regards to the total cost. The total cost for laptops is $7,000, and is there an additional $5,000, Mr. Altman, for the MiFis?
No, the cost of the laptops is $4,800. And the cost for this budget year, so the total cost of the 3 laptops and the 4 MiFis for an entire budget year would be the $7,000. But currently this budget year, it's only going to be the 51, and then you've got the monthly costs. So this budget year, because we're more than halfway through, it's not going to be the full impact. So you have that total cost for this budget year will be let's just call it $5,200, and then you have $800 additional for the MiFi costs for the monthly fees for that connectivity, which brings it to $5,900.
That's not in my motion.
Right.
It may not be your motion, but he's answering my question. Go ahead.
So that would bring the total cost to $5,971. The $7,000 would be when you factor in an entire year of MiFi cost.
Okay, I'm starting my time back up. So I don't support the purchase of any internet equipment or even monthly bills, because those of us who have internet have been using our council salary to pay for that. It should be everyone do it the same thing. Then the other thing is about the share drive. I have concerns about FOIA. I don't know who will be managing that. If it's all 7 of us, there's a FOIA request and documentation. I don't want my name tied to something that I don't have control over or I'm directly managing. So I do support laptops, but I don't support the purchase of anything related to paying for a counselor's internet when we have a stipend. Thank you. And there's internet access at City Hall for everyone individually.
May I speak, Madam Mayor?
Yes. Well, Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
you've spoken once. Is it okay if I allow Counselor Denton, because she hasn't spoken yet and she had her hand up, and I'll come right back to you?
Certainly.
Thank you. Counselor
Thank
Denton?
you.
Yeah, I'd like to address Councilor Gore's statement that we all have a desk. If you want to climb 3 flights of stairs, and it was fixed for auditors, not for counselors, because we haven't had any place for the last 2 years. I went out and I purchased my own computer. Excuse me, I have the floor.
Counselor Gore, can
No, I have a point of order. So I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm just asking if there's remarks made specifically about with me that I have a chance to respond. If not, then please ask the counselors to not mention my name, because I don't want to go back and forth saying what's true.
Where I mentioned your name, Councilor Gore, was that you stated we all had a desk. I didn't say anything else about you. I just said you stated that we all had a desk with internet reception, and I took
accurate.
And I don't think we did. That's why
upstairs.
you look
to it.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Gore,
I'll let her continue.
Thank you.
I directed my comments to you, so thank you. As long as the rest of her comments don't include me, we're fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All I'm saying is I didn't agree with what you said, that we all had a desk. We have not. That office up beside the council chamber was designated for the auditors and people who needed to come into it. If you need me to go back and get the minutes, I will be glad to read it and quote exactly what that room was set up for. It was not for council. Saying that, I did go out and I bought my own computer. I took it down to IT. Of course, they could not put anything of the city on my personal computer. I do have access to my emails and messages from the city, but that's it. I do pay for my own. Not only do I buy my own computer, I do pay monthly for my internet service. And I don't believe I have asked the city to pay for anything that is in regards to equipment or paper or office supplies or anything that I have ever used. I buy my own. Now to say I would like a computer, I know some of you may say I probably don't know what I'm going to do with the computer, but I'm going to fool all of you. I'm going to work on it, and it's going to take me a little doing, but I'm going to work and I'm going to be proficient on that computer. I've made up my mind. I'm going to do it. I was against it, but with technology, we have to move forward, and I'm willing to move forward. So don't need the MiFi if that's a problem. I would like the Microsoft Surface computer. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Holloway?
Yes, ma'am. I do support, as I will reiterate, the counselors getting laptops. But I do not support MiFi because I utilize my phone, and if I need to use Wi-Fi, there's a connectivity in City Hall, which does not cost constituents additional money, which MiFi makes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pass my gavel over to Vice Mayor Partney so I can participate in this discussion. Since COVID, everything is technology based, right? I support the laptops. I support the MiFis. But if we can say that we have 4 MiFis that are inventoried for council and that they are used only for, and you have to sign them out if you're having issues with your connectivity, because right now during COVID, we have we're still waiting, we're staying in place. We have this, we have to be in a certain amount of space of each other. And at this time, I don't think all of council can be in the same room or, in different areas. So I can understand that. I would really be in agreement to having 4 MiFis in the event that we have a counselor that we can sign it out, and it's not your personal one, that's to you. It belongs to the council, and the clerk will oversee the inventory. You'll use it for your meetings, and you'll utilize it for anything that you needed to do as far as a share drive or agendas. Anything that's council or government related for the city of Hopewell. Recreational use, no. How do you actually monitor that or you enforce that it's probably something different, but I would like to ask council to use their integrity and knowing that they won't abuse this piece of equipment until we can all come back into chambers safely. So I would suggest that I'm okay with the laptops if we can do a amendment to have the MiFis as an inventory for council. And to those that need it, they can sign them out and utilize it and then return it back when they're done using it.
I don't have a problem with that amendment.
Is that an amendment or a statement?
Yeah, 'cause are you asking us what our thoughts are? Because I don't know how we
Yeah, you didn't say amendment.
First of all of this equipment is the city's. It doesn't belong to any of us.
Mayor Bennett, were you opening the floor for us to comment on what you were saying? How do you want to handle that? Because I have a question.
I would like to ask for that amendment to be added. And Vice Mayor said he was okay with that, so.
Can I have a question? Can we hear
Okay, so this is your, this is gonna be your 3rd time.
No, ma'am, I don't know. Never mind.
Well,
My hand's still up, so forget that one.
Counselor Gore, this will be your 3rd time.
Well, I have a point of information then if you're changing the motion.
Okay,
So it's up to, I have two questions then before I ask my question. Ms. Robinson, since we're doing a friendly amendment, does this not change the context of the discussion? So does our time start over? If not, then I just have a basic point of information to the mayor and IT.
The new rule 203 that was adopted on February 2nd, the last sentence says that the limitations do not apply to amendments, and so the amendment will start the clock over again for everyone speaking to that amendment.
I pull my amendment.
Okay, I still have a
I
point.
pull my amendment. I pull it.
I still have a.
Oh, I pull it.
I still have
I pull it.
I
You
still
have to speak to the question, Councilor Gore, to the question that's on the floor.
Whenever you're ready, whoever you call next, that's fine. I just want you to know I do have a point of information for IT. I'll wait my turn.
Okay.
That was too funny.
Councilor Randolph,
Is this my second
this
time
is gonna be
talking?
your third time.
I don't get 3 times, do I?
No.
Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry.
we only get 2
Over.
times, so if I'm third time, I don't get to speak.
I'm sorry. Everyone's had twice.
Point of information.
That's not any different. That counts too.
I really do.
I'm asking the mayor, not the junior mayor. I'm asking the mayor, Mayor Bennett.
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like someone to read the motion, please.
Mr. Altman, will you restate that, please? The motion, please?
Yes, ma'am. The motion is to purchase 3 Microsoft Surface Book laptops, 4 MiFis to support connectivity to the city's network.
So my point of information is Ms. Randolph just said she is not supporting the MiFi. How did everyone had Wi-Fi evidently in their home? We wouldn't be on this internet now if you didn't have it. So why would you want the citizens to pay for MiFi now when you all have the capability of doing internet at your home?
I don't have that ability, and I don't want the citizens to pay for it. There is a unit you buy, and then there's a monthly fee to buy it.
Yeah, well, I pay it
asking
every
the
day.
citizens
I pay it
to pay
every
that
month.
monthly
That's
fee.
what I'm saying.
My
If
phone.
my point is, if we're gonna make that motion to pay for yours, then you need to pay for 7 counselors. It's not right for 4 counselors to get the benefit of paying. In this case, if the motion passed, which you probably will, you're gonna pay for 4 of you alls and not for the rest of ours. So I mean, can I make, Madam Mayor, and a substitute motion?
What is a substitute motion? I mean,
Permission to do a substitute motion, I guess.
Second.
the request has been for Councilor Pelham to make a substitute motion, seconded by Councilor Gore. Roll call, please.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
No.
Oh.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, the substitute motion is that the city be authorized to purchase Surface or whatever the city to purchase laptops only for the counselors that still require them. Nothing else. They get only laptop, just like the rest of the counselors.
Second.
Motion's been made. The substitute motion's been made by Councilor Pelham, seconded by Councilor Gore. It's up for discussion. Counselor Denton? Your hand's up.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Wait, I have my hand up.
Oh.
I'm not gonna belabor this. I really did have a question for IT, so let me start my time over. I'm sorry, hold on. It's 2021, and now most phones allow you to take your Wi-Fi access and make it into a mobile hotspot. If you have a smartphone, which most of us do, there's an option on your phone that you can switch it to a hotspot and you could project. I use it all the time for my Surface Pro when I'm outside of my house. Isn't that possible, Dr. Manker, for people to do with their phone service if they have a smartphone?
So is this a point of information?
Yes.
Yes. The question's on the floor.
Yes, I still have that point of information.
The questions on the floor, it does not include the motion for MiFi. The question on the floor is the city to authorize laptops only for the counselors. That's it. So
Okay,
if you're discussing the MiFi, that's not part of the question.
Okay, I'll save it if the motion fails to ask her that question during that time. Again, I support this motion because internet access is provided to each member of council. We can actually pull the policy that was adopted by city council. The policy states that every council has a desk, and if council isn't using their desk, then other members of staff or contractors can use it. Additionally, we have the conference room, and then the mayor's office has been set up for each member of council to be able to use. Council can attest to that. Her past motion, there's a laptop I left in there for council to use. It's been there historically. So I do support purchase of laptops. We could take it home. And that's it, because if we need to get internet access, Comcast is out here. We're doing public Wi-Fi. There's so many options to get internet in today's age, including off your phone. Thank you.
I'll just say, due to COVID, until we can all make it here in the building, back into council chambers, I am going to be against this motion. Councilor Pelham?
Oh, I don't think I have anything else. It just has to be equal. My question, point of information from you. I think Wi-Fi is just like,
So the question on the floor is your motion. We have to speak to the motion.
Oh, that's right. We get it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Gore, your hand is still up. Councilor Pelham, your hand is still up. If you have no, roll call, please.
The substitute motion is to purchase Microsoft Surface laptops for members of council that need them. Councilor Pelham?
Yes.
Mayor Bennett?
No.
Councilor Randolph?
I can't hear anybody.
We're voting on the substitute motion to only purchase laptops for members of council.
Yes.
Could you hear me, Ms. Randolph?
I'm off mute and I can't hear anybody.
Oh, Lord.
Can you hear me?
I'll text you.
You may be able to ask her to respond.
Can you hear me, Ms. Randolph?
Can she use her chat on her phone?
Yeah, probably.
Councilor Pelham, you're gonna have to, you're gonna write her the correct.
My vote, I can't hear anybody. I don't know what's going on, but my vote is against the motion.
Okay.
Oh, and she don't know what it is, but you're against it. Come on now. Jesus.
Okay. So Councilor Randolph, Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
No.
Councilor Gore,
I want to spend the city money.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Terrible.
Councilor Denton,
I'm going out and coming back in to see if it changes.
Councilor Denton is not
Fell offline.
off. Yeah.
Happen?
Counselor Denton's not there anymore.
Oh, y'all.
So what is the vote tally?
So far, it's a 3-3 tie.
So doesn't it mean the motion?
Motion
Fail.
fails.
Motion fails.
We can wait for Denton. She might say yes. How you vote for the motion and you don't want to pay? Oh,
Counselor Pelham,
I'm sorry.
So are we back at the motion before so we can keep going?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you restate that motion?
I'm gonna write an editorial, y'all.
The motion was to purchase 3 Microsoft Surface laptops, 4 MiFis to support connectivity to the city's network. Counselor Randolph indicated that she would not.
I can hear now. I'm sorry. I had to go out and come back in. I don't know what happened.
And as part of her comment in motion, she said she would not have the city pay for the monthly fee. She would pay for it. And to have the technology committee to work on the contents of what the shared drive would be.
Can you read that again?
The motion is to purchase 3 Microsoft Surface laptops and 4 MiFis to support connectivity to the city's network. Counselor Randolph will pay for her monthly fee and to have the technology committee work on the contents of what should be on the shared drive.
Was that a part of her motion? About her paying for it?
She amended it to
No,
include
no, that was not part of my motion because I deliberately did not include in the motion that the city was to pay for anybody's MiFi monthly charges. I said personally, I was going to pay for mine.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
So
MiFi?
the motion is just to purchase the MiFis.
How much
Madam Mayor, may I have a point of information from one of the counselors, whoever?
is this in reference to how, if you're for or against the motion?
I would like to know if Mr. Parton wants the citizens to pay for his MiFi, him and Ms. Denton.
Of course not.
Well, why y'all didn't vote for the other motion then?
So that there are 4 MiFi spots there for any counselor that might need them.
But everybody has my Wi-Fi's.
Excuse me, that's not, Madam Mayor, can you get the motion restated? Because the motion on the floor is not what your amendment was. Can you get clarity on that?
I pulled my amendment.
Okay.
I have an amendment.
Yeah, she pulled her amendment. Counselor Randolph has clarified that the motion is only to purchase the laptops and the MiFis, not to pay for any monthly fees, and to have the technology committee work on the contents of the shared drive. And Counselor Gore, I think you were asking what the cost of the MiFis are, just the purchase cost.
Yes.
They're $80 a piece, so it's about $320.
So $80 a piece, and so we're doing this over $80.
Yeah.
So the motion,
we are.
right? That's sad. So the motion is for Counselor Parton, Counselor Denton, and Counselor Randolph to get MiFis purchased for them, but they would pay their monthly bills.
I cannot speak for the rest of them. I said that during the
Mr.
time frame.
Altman, if that's what the motion is.
Yes, I did not include the city paying for our fees deliberately.
Yes, so Mr. Altman, the purchase would be for $80 Wi-Fi for Vice Mayor Parton, Counselor Denton, Counselor Randolph. Counselor Holly says she does not want one. So then they would pay for their monthly fees after we purchase the $80 one, correct? For them.
Correct. The motion is to purchase the 3 laptops and 4 MiFis, just to purchase them, the actual purchase cost. So the total purchase cost of the MiFis will be $320.
No, it'll be $80 times 3, 240 now, because Miss Holloway doesn't want one unless we want to get an extra one. That's up to y'all.
Yes, maybe, but I don't want one.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all cut the budget, but you can spend all this money your own self.
I'm spending $240. Oh my God. I could say.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you. Look, the idea was to, that way I don't need a MiFi. It's there in case anybody needs a MiFi.
We don't need it.
I don't need one. I've got internet. I mean, I come down here to City Hall to take care of my business, but if other counselors need that access, then
everybody got it.
Access.
Why waste money? Everybody has it. Why waste money?
Vice Mayor
But if it was stating like that, why was I put in there for the 4th?
Yeah, the cap has their name specifically mentioned. It's not for everyone. So that's where that's
exactly.
Counselors, I would like to ask you to
I don't need it.
Consider it when we're
I can't tell.
And to raise your hand. Vice Mayor Parton had the floor. So
I can't tell.
What I'm sorry. Call for the vote is on the floor. It dies for a lack of a second. However, there is, everyone has spoken their turn and have exhausted their minutes or their numbers of time to speak. However, we are big on equity rather than equality. So on this, I am going to say, I'm going to be for this motion. Those counselors that need it, it'll be here for them. Roll call.
Point of order. The CAF submitted and the motion made off of the CAF was for 3 counselors. It's not for everyone. And you pulled your amendment that would have made it for everyone. So based off the motion that was made off the CAF, these MiFis are going to be for Vice Mayor Parton, Counselor Denton, and Counselor Randolph. Counselor Holloway said she does not want one.
Yep.
Correct.
Voting on providing those 3 counselors with MiFis and laptops, because Counselor Holloway already has a laptop as well.
So the motion on the floor doesn't mention anyone's name. It just says for MiFis. And until someone amends the motion, it's going to say for MiFis. So it needs to be amended to say 3 if we don't only want to purchase 3.
Well, I mean, this is a point of order.
Listening to my motion.
Point of order is the discussion when this motion was made, the presentation provided specifically mentioned counselors' names. In response to that, Counselor Holloway said, pull her name. Vice Mayor Bennett tried to make amendment to make it for anyone and everyone. That died because she pulled it. So based off of the discussion, the CAF and the intent when the motion was made, this is clearly for 3 members of council.
I'll go ahead and amend this, make an amendment for the, we're gonna just, I mean, this is getting kind of convoluted here.
And I like my remarks to be put into the record.
The MiFis were, the 3 laptops had their names to it. Who needed the 3 laptops? The MiFis were not assigned to anyone in particular. That's the way I see the motion. Now, for those that need it, it's here. Vice Mayor Parton stated he didn't need it. Counselor Denton stated she didn't need it. So those 2 other MiFis were not assigned to any counselor. They're here for any counselor that needs them. Now we're going to talk about equality, or we're going to talk about equity here. Okay.
Well, if that's the case, that we don't need it, then we just purchase the one for the one person who does need it, because everyone is saying they don't need it. So why are we purchasing more than what we need?
Are you kidding me? I wouldn't take it right now if my life depended on it. I'll get my own. Thank you. I'd like to re-amend my own motion.
Second.
Well, I haven't done it yet.
If you want to amend, okay, go ahead.
I want to amend it just to buy the 3 laptops. I forget it. You know, I'm the only one
Second.
to have it.
Second.
It's been made by Counselor Randolph, seconded by Counselor Pelham,
I wasn't Pelham.
It was Pelham.
Oh, well,
Well,
good for you. I'm
can I
glad.
ask a
I
question?
agree with you. That's why
Roll-
I made that amended motion for your information though, when you said no.
I'm sorry, roll call, please.
Can I ask a question of the attorney real quick?
Yes.
If Counselor Randolph is amending her motion that she originally made, does Mr. Parton need to agree to that motion amendment?
That's fine. I agree.
If he doesn't agree, then the request to amend has to.
Moot. Let's go.
So if he doesn't agree, then there actually has to be a request
Disagree.
to amend the emotion.
Already agreed.
So the motion on the floor is to purchase 3 Microsoft Surface laptops and have the technology committee work on the contents.
No, I'm getting rid of the rest of it too. Just the laptops, period. I'll work on anything else myself. Screw it.
Partner, are you agreeable?
Yes.
The motion on the floor is to purchase 3 Microsoft laptops. Motion was made by Counselor Randolph, agreed upon by, the amendment was agreed upon by Mr. Parton. Roll call.
It had to be, it was seconded by Pelham.
I'm not in the meeting.
So if I follow the order, Mr. Parton seconded the original motion, which
Mr. Altman, Mayor Bennett, can you let Counselor Denton know she is in the meeting? She keeps walking around her house saying she's not in it, but her camera is here.
we can hear you, Ms. Denton.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
you're in the meeting. I heard you say you're not in the meeting. You're in here. We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, because I can't see or hear anybody. Okay.
Yeah, you're here still.
I think my computer just crashed.
Oh, you wouldn't be on it if it would crash.
She's on her phone.
I'm on my phone.
Oh. Why we see your face?
I don't know. I don't know how.
Her ear. Okay, so the roll
Okay,
call.
if we could go
That
back
got
to
it. That got it.
Counselor Randolph made the original motion. Vice Mayor Parton seconded it. She amended her original motion and Vice Mayor Parton agreed while you did say second.
Okay. Oh, I don't need a
If she
second.
agreed to the motion, we don't have to make it, we don't have to go through the amendment process of agreeing to allowing an amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Follow
Paul.
Mrs. Robinson correctly.
Thank you.
So the motion on the floor is to purchase 3 Surface laptops, period. The roll call, Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph. Muted.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Oh, vote.
Counselor Denton,
Come on.
you muted, Ms. Denton. Mrs. Denton, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I hit some button. My vote is yes.
Okay. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so we're moving on. I don't know if I jumped the gun. Okay. Moving on to,
IR3.
yeah.
I'm trying to get back in. Wait.
Counselor Denton, we can see and hear you. So just mute your line. You're good to go. Just mute your line so you can get your computer set up. But we can see you though. Perfect. Thank you. I just put this on here because I've received a lot of phone calls in regards to the vaccination process through Crater. At the time I submitted this for our agenda packet, there really wasn't much information on our city's Facebook page or website in terms of how to sign up for the wait list. Since then, I have to say that staff did submit something, and we got an email for us to distribute to our residents, so that's good. The one thing I will say is we have to, in my opinion, whenever the creator gets settled with whatever it is that they're doing, develop a plan to communicate widely to residents. From my understanding, there is some things underway. I did support the motion at our last meeting to support sending the governor a letter regarding vaccinations. Since then, I do want to take back that vote because more information has come to light in regards to the vaccination process. It appears that, our region was receiving the amount of vaccinations in an equitable manner, but we weren't accepting that full allocation. So I think
order.
the game,
Point of order on the floor. I'm sorry, Councilor Gore said that.
I'd like to explain, the city attorney to explain how we take back our votes that have already been cast and the process therein.
Okay.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes. Can I just ask a question to be clear? Councilor Gore, you stated that since then you changed your vote. So I'm going to go ahead and send this back to the city attorney.
Okay, so the proper mechanisms for changing your vote are these: a motion to reconsider and a motion to rescind. A motion to rescind.
Say those two again.
A motion to reconsider.
Yes, ma'am.
And a motion to rescind the vote. Okay,
When
so
does that have to be done?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying.
I'm sorry. When does that have to be done? Is there any time limit on it, or I've never seen this done, so I'm curious as to what Councilor Gore needs to do.
Yes. So I'm speaking generally to the options. The motion to reconsider is generally handled at the next regular meeting, follow the vote on the latest.
Okay.
Some indicate some people have limitations to the same meeting, but Roberts will take it out to the next regularly scheduled meeting following the vote. A motion to rescind, and excuse me, before I move over on that, a motion to reconsider can only be made by someone who was on the prevailing side of the vote.
Okay.
In the first instance, a motion to rescind is not as limited in time as a motion to reconsider, and it can be made by anyone who wants the vote to be just basically taken away. Now, a motion to rescind procedurally is not proper if what was ordered to do or what was authorized to do by the motion in the first instance cannot be undone. So let's say there was a motion to send the letter to the governor. If the letter's already gone out, it's too late for a motion to rescind.
All right, that's what I thought. Okay. But you can still have the motion to reconsider.
Yes, and that's a two-step process. So the question would be, I would like to move to reconsider our vote to authorize the city manager to send a letter to the governor saying X, Y, and Z.
But not if it's already done.
No, this is a motion to reconsider isn't going to be tapped the same way as a motion to rescind. So they are postured differently under the rule.
Okay.
But you do this motion to reconsider, and then it's the exact same motion that is presented before the body. It's not a new motion. You just vote on the same motion all over again.
So the body has to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Yeah, you vote on the motion to reconsider, and then if that passes, you raise the original motion again.
Yes, ma'am.
Vote. And a motion to rescind is simply just say, let's just get rid of that vote altogether.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had not been privy to reading that information, so I was not aware of what could or could not be done. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me. May I address the city attorney, please?
Yes.
You said there is no time limit in the motion to rescind?
A motion to rescind isn't like required to be done within a certain period of time of the first motion. That's what I meant. So let's
Thank
just
you.
say the motion had been not acted upon and we were 6 weeks later and somebody said, well, let's just get rid of the vote altogether. It would work procedurally.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll just pick back up in my presentation. For clarity, I'm not asking for a motion to reconsider or rescind. I was considering it, but at the end of the day, I don't want to stand in the way of my peers. If they feel like that's something that they want to do and advocate, that's perfectly fine. I don't want to be a hurdle to that. I'm just going to go on record with my constituents and saying, since I've received more information, my position on the matter has shifted. I do definitely support advocating for resources for our citizens in our city. But my point of putting this item on the agenda was to say at some point, whenever the issues regarding how the Crater region is doing the vaccination process, we should try to figure out a manner in which we can communicate that to the public via a public hearing, some type of event to let people know or ensure that we stream whatever meeting the Crater District does or whatever notification the governor sends out in regards to this so that our citizens could be aware. I'm not sure of when the next PPE distribution is going to be done. I don't know if there's another one planned. I remember us talking about that in December. If that is the case, then perhaps we can add a flyer in there to communicate to residents about whatever the latest and greatest plan is once that has been finalized for the vaccination. So this is just literally in response to information that I have received, not necessarily anything else. In closing, I will share that we're having a joint ward meeting tomorrow with the Crater Health District to answer questions related to COVID-19 and vaccinations. That'll be from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. That information is on our social media pages. I'll ask staff to put it on our city's Facebook page in case anyone wants to join and ask questions regarding these matters. And I'm just doing that to be responsive to my constituents. And again, this is not to be a slight or a negative towards anyone. I'm putting this up here because I promised that I would, and given the information I have received, I felt like it was prime to share that there may be some issues with the health department itself that needs to be addressed.
Mr. Altman?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Just to update all of council, since we last met and discussed the issue, over the last couple of weeks, almost every day of my day here at work has been consumed with discussions of vaccine distribution.
Excuse me. Mr. Altman,
Yes, ma'am.
can I make a motion to extend the meeting? It's 5 minutes to 10. I'd like to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your presentation going to take more than 30 minutes?
Mine? No, ma'am.
No.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. So we have been discussing quite extensively over the past couple weeks the issue of vaccines and vaccination pods within the region, and efforts by the local governments in the Crater Health District to support the Crater Health District staff, which are somewhat overwhelmed. Their call center is overwhelmed. I know that we've received several phone calls with regard to frustration from citizens that can't get through. So we developed a plan from a regional perspective, had a meeting with Dr. Hart, and to clarify the decisions that are being made with regard to vaccinations, the availability, the acceptance of them, where those vaccine pods were not made, or the managers did not have a decision in that process. Those decisions were made unilaterally by Crater Health District. Since the issues have come about, we've had some discussion. We were able to open up a vaccination pod at the old Gorman's or Peebles store in Cavalier Square this past Saturday, to conduct vaccinations for teachers, Prince George and Hopewell teachers. We ended up getting more vaccines, so we had to go through a list of additional people to use those vaccines. It's Pfizer vaccine. Once that vaccine is thawed, they need to make sure there's shots in arms so those vaccines aren't wasted. And this is the beginning of the receipt of Crater Health Districts of the Pfizer vaccine. Up until now, they haven't had the cold storage capacity to be able to receive it. So they made the Moderna vaccine. We are standing up tomorrow, and part of this conversation about getting out information is we have found that there is an information gap with Crater, and we have created a joint information center regionally to include Crater staff and staff from the localities. There will be a press release that was sent out today, crafted in that joint information center, outlining a telephone number here that our citizens can call to have questions about the vaccine answered locally by our staff. And then also we will help walk those citizens through the online vaccine waiting portal, and enter the information for those citizens if needed. And then we know at some point in time, we will then be called upon probably to call back those citizens when it's time for vaccination appointments. So that's something we're doing regionally. Hopewell, Petersburg, Prince George, and Dinwiddie are all standing up call centers effective tomorrow morning. Prince George will also provide support to Sussex and Surrey, and Dinwiddie will be providing support to Emporia and Greensville. We're also working on additional ways to work on vaccine. One of the things that changes that's coming about is we've been stressing the need to have an emergency management response to the vaccination process. So Dr. Hart has agreed to that. So we have our emergency managers, Mr. Rupert and Chief Hale in Dinwiddie, have been working with Deborah Whitaker at the health department on creating a plan for to do vaccinations, and creating that plan for more than just the next one that's coming, but trying to map out all the resource needs for the upcoming vaccinations through February, so we have an understanding of what those resource needs, where it'll happen, so we can make the necessary requests and have the people that we need to have at each pod to assure that happens. So we're working hand in hand to support the Crater Health District in this effort. Our objective is to make sure that as many shots get in as many arms as possible. So that's the direction that we're working in. We'll have the press release that was sent out of the Joint Information Center, unfortunately was sent this evening after close of business. So we will send ours out in the first thing in the morning and have our post on social media with our phone number for residents to call. We're utilizing the same call center that we did when we stood up at the beginning of COVID. We've conducted training with our employees again to start the call center process tomorrow. And we will be working as we can all along the way with Dr. Hart to make sure we can support him and the Crater Health District staff as much as possible in the vaccination effort and everything else moving forward, because it's extremely important that information is out and our citizens understand the process to get in the queue to get an appointment to get a vaccination. So that's just where we are at the moment. And then Ms. Pelham, it didn't take 30 minutes. So just wanted to give you all a quick update as to where we are and what we've been working on.
Councilor Randolph and then Councilor Gore.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I had a couple of questions based on the 30-minute discussion we had just a bit ago about equality and equity for citizens and for everybody on council. Mr. City Manager, did the town hall that's occurring tomorrow night and including the Crater District, something that was scheduled and done through you as our emergency manager, or Mr. Rupert as an emergency responder for this COVID that council set up with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so council or councilors decided to bypass the emergency manager for the department, and half of council's citizens to speak to the issues of COVID with the Crater District without a lot of other city citizens being involved or other councilors being involved. Seems to me that all of the city would want to have the same message going across, and that is what we have appointed a manager
Order,
of
Bennett, or Vice
COVID.
Mayor Parton. I don't know if my phone was muted or my computer.
I can hear you now. What is your point of order?
So some of the references may, I think, violate the rules because what's being projected or portrayed is a violation or oversight, and that's not accurate. So if she
What
can
is the projection? What is the projection?
she's implying, well, not implying, she's stating.
He is
Well,
Councilor Randolph.
I'll wait for her to finish.
Councilor Randolph?
You know what, Mayor Bennett, she pretty much said what she wanted to say. Since I'm next, I'll just address it when I speak. Don't worry about it.
We have set up a manager that council appointed to manage the COVID and all aspects of how the city is handling this. And for it to be bypassed, to set it up so that Crater comes in and speaks to just a few constituents and without the knowledge of the city appointed manager for COVID seems, it may not be a violation of anything, but it certainly seems to not be equitable. And since we spent 30 minutes previously arguing about equitableness of stuff, I thought I would bring it up. Now I'm done so that.
Councilor Gore?
Thank you. Before I respond to those remarks, Mr. Altman, you said that you have a new plan coming out and you have the phone number. So you said the press release we can send, you're going to send in the morning, but after that, we should be expecting some more details about what people can do to call in the line or what they can do to sign up, correct? So we anticipate that after the press release.
So with the press release, there'll be a phone number for citizens to call, and then our staff will walk citizens either through to tell them the email web address to get to the waiting list, or they will actually enter the information for the citizen into the waiting list themselves.
So that information is coming after the press release, correct?
Well, the phone number is part of the press release, yes.
I'll send that. And then was the letter submitted to the governor already?
Letter went out Friday. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in response for the public watching, every member of council has the right and privilege to engage with their citizens as they see fit. I've historically held webinars and town halls throughout this process. I've held it with the John Randolph Hospital, the health department on several occasions, the school, whoever has information to share. Throughout that process, many have seen through council meetings, either a special meeting was called or there's requests to do joint meetings. They were either denied or not supported. And there's emails that show that some members of council actually wanted to try to step in the way and cancel our ward meetings. per the guidance and rules that we have, any member of council can call a ward meeting for whatever topic they choose to. Given the history of trying to be inclusive and those being denied, we opted to just avoid that whole process and just set up the meeting so we can continue to communicate with our constituents. Additionally, if there's anyone questioning if that was fair or equitable, we're just going off of historical decisions. And historically, we've had had joint town halls with 3 wards because that's who's always wanted to participate. Given the urgency of COVID-19 vaccinations, we need to make sure we get the information to our constituents. And with that said, any member of council can do any meeting they want to for their constituents. So I encourage any counselor who has a issue with this upcoming meeting to schedule one of their own. I can give you the contact information that we've had previously in emails. You can get that, schedule your own session. Any residents out there, it's not limited to just our ward. Since we represent our wards, we have to label it that way. But we encourage anyone because this information is timely. It's life or death in some instances for some people. And the fact of the matter is we're just doing our part to make sure we support our constituents the best that we can. This is not a city event, so it didn't need to go through Mr. Altman or Mr. Ben Rupert. And like I said before, this is one of many events that have been held over the past year since COVID started. I don't need to have a motion on this item because Mr. Altman already addressed what needs to come forward. And just for the record, I just wanted to say again, the letter, I referenced that because it speaks to the governor not having equitable distribution of vaccinations, but as information has come to light, that is not accurate. And I just want to say, I know equity is a buzzword, but if we're going to use it, please use it in the proper context. And we can move to the next item because that's some of the presentation.
Before we move,
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, I was just gonna say, before we move on, I could give the phone number that people will be able to call tomorrow.
Yeah, what's the phone number?
541-2391, and I will include a copy of the press release in your nightly COVID email.
Thank you so much. For those watching, we'll just check for that and I'll post it as soon as I get it. Thank you, Mr. Altman, for doing that. And thank you for the staff for getting the other infrastructure set up for the public. I'm sure those who are watching that asked for this to be on the agenda are pleased that they'll have this already done and you guys already were on the ball. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Pelham, and Councilor Denton.
Yeah, is it appropriate to ask Mr. Altman the testing that the educators are receiving? Do you anticipate, do you know anything?
Vaccines?
I mean, is there any way to anticipate what they will have leftover vaccinations for senior citizens or anyone that may want to come up
So
and wait just in case?
right. So what happened last weekend was there were leftover vaccine from another event that was brought to our event. Unfortunately, we were not notified of the extra vaccine until our vaccine session was supposed to go from 2 to 5. We weren't notified of the extra vaccine until after 4 o'clock. And then we start scrambling to try to bring people in. And actually, unfortunately, and I didn't know this until yesterday, the vaccines piece ultimately lasted until 9 o'clock because they kept calling people to get people to come in because they couldn't they didn't want to waste any of the Pfizer vaccine. And once it's thawed, it's thawed. So what we're told is ultimately we will be provided a list of the citizens that are currently on the vaccine waiting list within our community. And once we have that list, and it's in order of the person that signed up first, so it isn't in alphabetical order. If you've been on the list the longest, you'll be the first name at the top.
Okay.
Once we get that list, and we will certainly turn to that list to start trying to contact people to get them there, and again, if we're going to go from 2 to 5, you're gonna have to be there by 5 unless it's extended. And the concern that I have with it, extending it the way what happened last weekend was people were there for 4 additional hours. Those volunteers volunteered to be there for 3 hours and they ended up being there for 7. and they were on their feet. Dinner wasn't provided. So we've got to have a little bit better coordination so we can make sure that the people that are volunteering are taken care of for certain.
Right.
But if there are additional vaccine left over, then we will begin to go through that list if and when if that list is provided. I was told I was supposed to get a copy of the list this morning, then later on it became not today, maybe tomorrow. So once we have that list, we will work through that list to ensure that our citizens, and that list will be 65 and older, those citizens are targeted and have the opportunity to get a vaccination. So yes, ma'am, we will certainly work through that, and we're trying to do everything we can to support Crater Health and getting additional vaccine into the region so we can put more shots in arms for people of all of our communities, because we know that ultimately that shot in the arm is going to lead to a return to normalcy for everybody and protection and peace of mind. So yes, ma'am, we will.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Denton?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of, I guess we contact the people in our wards differently. I do, and I think Councilor Parton, I've gotten his email that he sends out and updates citizens of what is going on. And we attach information that comes in. That's a way that I can always be available to them. And believe me, if I don't answer it right, they'll email me right back and with more questions. But I feel like in this particular instance, to bypass our city manager who is working so hard for the citizens of the city, I don't quite understand.
Order. We can't use the term bypass as if something improper was done, because that is what's being portrayed to the public.
I don't think I'm not finished.
You don't have a point of order to Mayor Bennett.
I just.
What is your point of order?
Okay, we talked about misconduct. We talked about the rules before. When we keep using the word bypass and implying, or not implying, directly stating that something was improperly done in a public meeting, that is wrong. And we don't have to say names because we're talking about the event I just mentioned that three of us are doing.
I'm just saying that
referring to
my opinion,
violating process and procedures that are not in place, refrain from those public statements because that is inaccurate.
I'm stating, as Councilor Pelham always says, we have freedom of speech.
Right, but
I do not, I personally,
As they overdo the rules.
as a counselor, do not
allow you to mislead the public with false statements.
I'm sorry, you're talking above me. You had your time. Now let me have mine, okay? I respected you.
Again, I'm pointing out personal comments that are improper.
What I'm asking is that you respect what I have to say.
Bennett.
All right, count, and I do mean Councilor Gore, not Mayor Gore, which he's still trying to do.
The violation of the rules, I'm asking you.
Councilor Gore.
There's a point of order on the floor. What is your point of order?
So again, at our last meeting,
point of order.
Council talked about misconduct and talked about the rules.
Point of order.
That speaks to personal comments that are disparaging against other members of council. I am not opposing whatever they want to say, but to keep repeating that we are bypassing a process on a public meeting.
Tell me what I do, okay?
Is disparaging.
Is that okay?
This is what's going
to refrain from making those comments, which she does.
I don't, you know, Councilor Gore, you made your comments. Now let the rest of us make ours.
Order. That's all I'm asking for.
Councilor Denton.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Gore, what is your point of order? I heard what you said, but what are you actually asking?
Can you please control the comments and step in when personal disparaging comments are made in regards to misleading the public in response to overriding a procedure during a public health crisis. The statements being repeated that we are bypassing the emergency coordinator or bypassing the city manager who has been designated as an emergency operations person is improper and is disparaging remarks to the public watching this.
Okay, so I'm going to revert
to participate in a proper meeting.
I'm going to revert to the rules. In decorum, any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in the council chamber may be reprimanded by the presiding officer and removed from the meeting upon a majority vote of councilors present, excluding any councilor who is the subject of the motion. This is 406. Before we move forward, this is not this was a discussion item. We can speak to this discussion item. There's no motion on the floor.
That's it.
Go ahead. Did you want to speak?
No, I said, I agree. That's it. Thank you.
So there's no motion on the floor. Is either you're for or against. So that's out the window. Councilor Denton, you can go ahead, and you had a point of order as well, or do you want to complete your statement? But
Yes,
please,
if I could, thank you. I just felt like that we have different ways of doing this, and we do contact our constituents. We work with them in various ways. But I will tell you, the best recommendation that any of us can use, I think, and this is what I really wanted to say. The one thing I always give weekly to the people in my ward is the city manager's weekly update. If they read that, they have all the knowledge that they need to do what they need to do. It is full of information, and it's the best publication that you can find anywhere. And it is available on the city's website. I send it out to everybody in my ward. I think Councilor Parton sends it out to his folks. This does get out, and people do know what is going on in our, and that's what I'm trying to say. And that's how I do it. I hope not stepping on anybody's toes, but the city manager's weekly update is what everybody should be reading. Thank you.
Councilor Parton?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Vice Mayor Parton, second.
Motion's been made to adjourn, properly seconded. Councilor Pelham. You're muted, Ms. Pelham.
Oh, I don't even know what I'm voting on.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yeah.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore. Muted.
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Meeting is adjourned.
Good night, all.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Dr. Cassetta, can you call me? I don't know how to get on my computer, internet.